Good evening, and welcome to our monthly meeting in which we consider and hear rezoning petitions and amendments to our zoning ordinance. We've got a lengthy evening, but we're going to try to get to it fairly expeditiously. And we'll start, though, first with introductions around the dais and then with our zoning committee. So I'll start to my right with our clerk.
Stephanie Kelly, City Clerk.
Al Lawson, City Council, District 2.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
John Autry, District 5.
Patsy Kinsey, District 1.
Claire Fallon, City Council at Large.
Good evening, Michael Barnes, City Council at Large, Mayor Pro Tem.
Dan Clodfelder, Mayor.
Good evening. I'm Vi Lau, City Council Member at Large.
I'm David Howard, City Council Member at Large.
Greg Phipps, District 4.
Good evening, Kenny Smith, District 6.
Good evening, Luana Mayfield, District 3.
Ron Kimball, Deputy City Manager.
Teree Hagler-Gray, Senior Assistant City Attorney.
And I'll now ask Tracy Dodson, who chairs the Zoning Committee of the Planning Commission, and the committee's all there behind us, and she will introduce to you the members of the Zoning Committee, and I think Tracy's also going to tell you about what their process will be after tonight's hearing. What will happen next in the rezoning process will be with the Zoning Committee, so you want to listen up to her.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Tracy Dodson. I am Chair of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Zoning Committee. And let me introduce the other commissioners I have very quickly. Commissioner Karen Labowitz, Commissioner Deb Ryan, Commissioner Mike Sullivan, Commissioner Ray Eschert, and Commissioner Dwayne Walker. Tonight, we will, or excuse me, on Wednesday, September 24th, we will be making recommendations on the public hearings that are heard here tonight. We invite the public to attend if they want to, but we will remind you that that is it's not a continuation of the public hearing. If you would like to contact us with comments, you can feel free to do so with our contact information, and you can find that at charlotteplanning.org. Thank you.
All right, and with those introductions, if you would, if you care to stand, please, and join us for the invocation. Mayor Pro Tem Barnes will lead us in the invocation, and then we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let us pray. Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for all the blessings that you've given to us. We thank you for the freedoms we enjoy. We thank you for our families and our friends. Pray that you will bless them all. We pray, Lord, that you will bring peace to various parts of the world that need it. There are issues here in our own country and many, many worse issues in other parts of the world, and we pray that you will bring your influence and your control to those situations. We thank you for all that you do, and it's in your name that we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Please join us in the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, before we start our business tonight, I've got just a couple of announcements. One of them was triggered by the pledge we all just took. Earlier today, we did something that we hadn't done in many, many years, and we hosted here in the chamber where you're sitting tonight the naturalization ceremony for our new U.S. citizens. It was a remarkable occasion and a very moving occasion, and the seats of the chamber were literally full. We had men and women, old and young, from 29 different countries all around the globe, in all parts of the world, who had decided they wanted to make the United States their country and take that same pledge that you just took and to call Charlotte their home. It was a very good occasion, and I hope we're going to repeat it here many more times in the future. With that, let me make a couple of other announcements. I want to welcome and ask to stand, if you will, please. We have with us tonight a group of students from the UNC Charlotte School of Architecture, and they're attending tonight to observe our zoning process. Would you all please stand so we can recognize you? Here we go. Great. Now, what you need to understand and what you'll learn from this process tonight is if we like something and we approve of it, then you're going to get no credit for it. But if we don't like it and we hate it, it's going to be all your fault. That's the role that architecture plays. You understand that? Okay, great. The last announcement I need to make to you is, of course, as many of you know, we've been following throughout the day a situation we've got really in the eastern side of the county right now on the area that runs generally from the university down to Mint Hill. I don't have a map that I can project up on the screen for you, but it's generally the area that's to the east of the ridge that separates the eastern side of Mecklenburg County from the rest of the county. We've been having a problem with a low water pressure in that area. Sea mud crews have been on the area diligently all day, but at this point they have not been able to determine the cause of the low pressure situation, and so they're working through the evening on that. But what I would ask, and they would ask, is that we're asking all folks who are in that sort of easternmost ridge area, east of the ridge in the county, from the university area, essentially along the Cabarrus County border and down to Mint Hill, if tonight you can be very careful about conserving water and avoiding things such as washing cars or filling a pool or watering a lawn tonight and through the day tomorrow, while CMUD is determining the cause of the low pressure situation and trying to get repair crews to where they need to get them. So we'll be issuing periodic reports about that over the course of the evening and tomorrow, but we would ask for the cooperation of citizens as we go through the next 24 hours and try to figure out what exactly is going on with the water pressure situation there. So thank you. With that, those announcements, let me talk a little bit first about the process we're going to use tonight. Many of you have been through this before, know the routine, but for those of you who don't, the first thing we will do is we have a number of petitions that are on for decision tonight. These are petitions that have been heard in prior months, and we've had a recommendation from the Zoning Committee, and we will be voting on those tonight. Those will not be open for further comment tonight. If you're here on any of those petitions, we will be not be taking public comment on those. That period for public comment is concluded. And then following all of those items, we will have a number of items that are being before us for public hearing tonight. And those are matters as to which we will take public comment on the zoning petitions tonight. As you heard from Ms. Dodson, after tonight, then those petitions will go to the Zoning Committee. They'll consider and make a recommendation back to the City Council on those, and they will be voted on then at a future meeting. If you want to sign up to speak on a petition that is on for hearing tonight, and you have not already done so, please see Madam Clerk here to my right and make sure you get on the list. The process for petitions that are being heard tonight is we'll have a brief staff presentation on the petition, and then we'll recognize speakers. If there are only one side is represented, if there's essentially no opposition, then the proponents of the petition will have 3 minutes to speak. If there are speakers on both sides of the petition, then each side will be allocated 10 minutes to speak, and then the petitioner will have a rebuttal period of 2 minutes. And so if you are here on a matter that has opposing sides, that's the rule we'll follow. If there are multiple speakers on a particular petition, I need to ask you to coordinate among yourselves. If there are 4 people who want to speak in favor of a petition, then you have to divide the time among yourselves. So you'll need to get together among yourselves and figure out how you want to split up the 3 minutes in one case, or if it's got opposition, the 10 minutes in the other case, how you want to allocate the time among you. So those are our ground rules for the evening. That's the way we're going to run it. We've got a long agenda. We're going to start, though, first with we've had requests from petitioners or from the staff in a number of cases to defer action tonight or to defer a public hearing tonight on various petitions. We'll take those up first. So if you're here on any of these items tonight, listen up for what we're about to do, because if you hear your item called out and it's voted for deferral, that means we won't be doing anything else with it tonight, and you get to be lucky and go home tonight early. So with that, the first item that has been requested for deferral is petition 2014-19. It's a text amendment petition by the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Planning Commission. The request is to defer the decision on that petition to December. Do I have a motion?
So moved. So moved.
From Councilmember Barnes, seconded by Councilmember Driggs. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, that is the text amendment 2014-19 has been deferred to December. The next item is an item for decision, and it's petition 2014-021, also a text amendment by the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Planning Department. The request is to defer the decision on that item to November. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
We have multiple motions. Do I have seconds? Multiple seconds. Any debate? If not, so many in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That item, 2014-21, will be deferred to November. The next item I have is petition 2014-049 by SBBH LLC. It's for property located on the south side of Morrison Boulevard between South Park Drive and Sharon Road. The request has been made to defer the decision on that petition to the hearing. So if you're here on this one to speak, the request is made to defer the public hearing to November. If it's deferred, we will not hear it tonight. It will come back in November. Is there a motion?
So moved.
A motion from Councilmember Barnes, seconded by Councilmember Fallon to defer to November. Discussion. If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. If you're here on 2014-49, that's been deferred to November. The next item we have is a hearing on another text amendment from the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Planning Department, 2014-073 is the petition number, and that request has been made to defer the hearing on that petition to October. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Councilmember Driggs,
Second.
seconded by Councilmember Austin. Any debate? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. That is deferred to October. That's petition 2014-73. The next is a deferral of the hearing, public hearing on petition 2014-075 by Crossroads Realty Group, LLC. That's property on the southwest corner of Fairview Road and Closburn Road between Park Road and Park South Drive. The request is to defer the hearing on that petition to October. Is there a motion? Councilmember Smith so moves. Second by Councilmember Driggs. Debate. If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. That petition, 2014-75, is deferred for public hearing to October. Next request we have is on petition 2014-080 by Campus Works for property on the east side of Hawthorne Lane at the intersection of Hawthorne Lane and the Seaboard Coastline Railroad. The request is to defer the public hearing on that petition to October. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Councilmember Barnes, seconded by Councilmember Lyles. Debate. If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. And so petition 2014-080 is deferred to October. Next, we have a request to defer petition 2014-085 by New Carolinas Income Properties, LLC. That's property at the northeast corner at the intersection of East Tremont Avenue and Euclid Avenue. The request has been made to defer that petition, the hearing on that petition to October. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, the motion by Councilmember Barnes, seconded by Councilmember Lyles. Debate. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that is deferred to October hearing. The next is petition number 35, well, petition 2014-001 sub. It's a text amendment by the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Planning Department. Who else would number it that way? And the request is to defer the public hearing to October. Is there a motion?
So moved.
We have multiple motions and multiple seconds, I assume. Yeah. Debate?
No, sir.
If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. And that text amendment 2014-001 sub is deferred to October. The last item we have for deferral is petition 2014-043 by Mark Patterson for property on the west side of Prosperity Church Road between Prosperity Point Lane and Pinewood Lane, and the request is for a deferral to the next zoning session. Is that correct, Ms. Kepler?
That's correct.
That would be October.
Yes, sir.
Great. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, Councilmember Austin, seconded by Councilmember Howard. Debate. If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that is deferred. Ms. Kepler, I think that takes through all the deferrals. Is that correct? Do you have any others? Great. I'm sorry we go through the rote like that, but generally council does honor requests from the staff or from the petitioners for deferral, and so we have to process them the right way under the law, but we generally do acknowledge those requests, so thank you for being patient with us. And that takes us next then to the items that we have on the agenda for decision tonight. And the first of those is actually a resolution setting a public hearing, and it's to adopt a resolution calling for a public hearing to be held by the City Council on the question of adopting an ordinance for the historic landmark known as the James A. Blakely House. The hearing will be to designate 7.829 acres of land and de-designate 2.244 acres of land generally located on Blakeney Heath Road in Charlotte, North Carolina. Property is owned by Meritage Homes of the Carolinas and is located at 9401 Blakeney Heath Road in Charlotte. Is there a motion to set the
So
public
moved.
hearing? Councilmember Kinsey so moves. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and staff will notify the parties and publish the required notices. Okay, the next petition was deferred, as was the one following that. The next petition we have is for decision, petition number 2014-027. It's a petition by the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Planning Department for a change in zoning for approximately 0.81 acres located on the west side of Donovan Street between Remount Road and Merv Place, proposed to rezone from I-2, which is general industrial, to Todd-M, which is transient-oriented development mixed use. That is the petition. And so is there a motion that this petition is consistent with the New Bern Transit Station Area Plan and is reasonable and in the public interest based on the staff analysis, the public hearing, the zoning committee recommendation, and any other applicable information and materials? Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Councilmember Fallon so
Second.
moves, seconded by Councilmember Mayfield. Debate? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Is there now a motion to approve this petition as amended?
So moved.
Councilmember Driggs so moves. Is there a second? Councilmember Smith, is there debate? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that ordinance is adopted. Again, apologies, those of you who were not with us at the dinner meeting, but the recent decision by the Court of Appeals requires that I read every bit of that verbatim. So it's going to be a test of my reading skills tonight. So bear with me. The next item we have is petition number 2014-054 by Quick Trip for a change in zoning for approximately 2.4 acres located on the northeast corner at the intersection of North Sharon-Amity Road and Central Avenue to rezone from B1 Neighborhood Business District and B1 SCD Shopping Center District to B1 CD Neighborhood Business District conditional. The zoning committee voted 5-0 to recommend approval of this petition with modifications listed in the agenda. Is there a motion that this petition is found to be consistent with the Eastland Area Plan and is reasonable in the public interest based on the staff analysis, the public hearing, the zoning committee recommendation, and any other applicable information and materials? Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Autry, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Fallon. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. With the adoption of the consistency motion, is there then a motion to approve this petition as amended?
So.
Councilmember Autry so moves.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Howard. Debate on the motion. If not, so many as favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. And the motion passes. That then takes us to the next item, which is petition number 2014-056 by Central Piedmont Community College for a change in zoning for approximately 4.19 acres generally surrounded by East 4th Street, Charlottetown Avenue, South Torrance Street, and the 3rd 4th Street connector from B2 General Business to Mud O Mixed Use Development Optional with 5-year vested rights. The zoning committee voted 5-0 to recommend approval of this petition with the modifications listed in your agenda. Is there a motion that a portion of this petition is consistent with the Elizabeth Area Plan, while the remainder is inconsistent with the Midtown Moorhead Cherry Area Plan, but is nonetheless reasonable and in the public interest based on the staff analysis, the public hearing, the zoning committee recommendation, and any other applicable information and materials? Is there such a motion? Councilmember Fallon so moves. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Driggs. Debate? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Is there now then a motion to approve this petition as amended?
So moved.
Councilmember Austin so moves. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Driggs. Any debate? Yes, sir. Councilmember Smith.
I support this petition, but I do have a question. I think a healthy Central Piedmont is very good for our city. But as I was flipping through the text, it looks like it says that they have not master planned the campus. Tammy, did I read that correctly?
I don't believe that they have at this point in time. That's one of the reasons that they're asking for the flexibility that they
Okay.
have.
I mean, as an aside, we're getting ready to approve almost 1 million square feet that will have some residual impact on commuters and whatnot in the community, but I do think that CP is a outstanding organization. We need them to be healthy. They're serving a lot of folks. It's just as I read through that did leap out at me.
I think there have been master plans over the years. There may just not be a current iteration of one.
That's
Okay?
just a point.
Good one. A good point. Is there any further questions or debate? If not, the motion is to approve the petition as amended, and it was seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the ordinance is adopted. That takes us then to the next item. You guys are making good progress. I'm proud of you tonight. This is petition number 2000. I know, I got to speed up there. Petition number 2014-57.
Do you need oxygen?
Petition number 2014-57 by Craig and Amy Fail for a change in zoning for approximately 2.229 acres located on the south side of York Road at the intersection of Langston Drive and York Road from R3 LLWCA, Single-Family Residential Lower Lake Wiley Critical Area, to O2 LLWCA, Office Lower Lake Wiley Critical Area. The zoning committee voted 5-0 to recommend approval of this petition. Is there a motion that this petition is consistent with the Steel Creek area plan and is reasonable and in the public interest, and based on the staff analysis, the public hearing, the zoning committee recommendation, and any other applicable information and materials? Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Councilmember Mayfield, so moved. Second. Seconded. Councilmember Driggs. Debate. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. And with that motion adopted, is there now a motion to approve this petition?
So moved.
Councilmember Mayfield moves. Councilmember Howard seconds. Any debate? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that ordinance is adopted. Thank you, Court of Appeals. That now takes us to petition number 2014-059 by Crosland LLC and Alan Tate for a change in zoning for approximately 3.65 acres located on the west side of Sharon Road between Fairview Road and Hazelton Drive from R17 multifamily to MUD O, mixed-use development optional. The zoning committee voted 5-0 to recommend approval of this petition with the modification listed in your agenda materials. Is there a motion that this petition is inconsistent with the South Park area plan, but is nonetheless reasonable and in the public interest based on the staff analysis, the public hearing, the zoning committee recommendation, and any other applicable information and materials? Is there such a motion? Councilmember Smith so moves, seconded by Councilmember Howard. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. With the adoption of that motion, is there now a motion to approve the petition as amended?
So moved.
Councilmember Smith so moves, seconded by Councilmember Barnes. Any debate? Yes, sir. Councilmember Smith.
I would just like to make a real quick statement. This particular petition, last meeting, generated some interesting and robust policy dialogue on the dais, and I would be remiss if I just did not add in a couple thoughts real quickly. I do support this petition. I support it because I think it is good land use. I think while it may, the area plan in the South Park area needs to be updated, I would like to take an opportunity to continue to push that. The neighbors that I've spoken with are actually more supportive of this project than the by right use, which is very important to me as the representative. And finally, in today's world where developers often catch a lot of flack for appeasing staff as opposed to the neighbors, I think the developers here did a good job of moderating that balance and actually working hard to make the neighbors happy with the petition. And I would have been remiss if I was not able to interject that, so I just wanted to add that.
Thank you. It's a good summary, and for folks who are watching us at home, again, please remember that this is the decision time for petitions that have had an awful lot of hearing and public comment and public debate before, so this is not the only time. But I thank Councilmember Smith for summarizing some of the things that have been discussed on this. Yes, Councilmember Phipps.
Yes, I noticed that the staff rescinded several items here under the the presentation that we have, and I just wanted to know, was this a result of a change of heart or negotiation, or what precipitated, I guess, these 4 items of staff rescinding previous requests?
Councilman Phipps, a lot of times as we progress through the rezoning process, we find answers to our questions indirectly. So many of these items have been addressed through other information that has been provided on the site plan. So that would be one of the reasons that we rescind some of the requests.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion or debate? Yes, Councilmember Fallon.
And I would like to thank Crosland Tate for doing what I thought was in the interest of the people that have to move. They've been very kind in helping and giving them a credit card to help with their move. Thank you.
Okay, anything further? All right, if not, the motion before you is to approve the petition as amended. So many in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Okay, do we need a show of hands, Madam Clerk? I think we had 1 no. You got that? Okay. And with that, the petition is approved, and we move to the next item, which is petition number 2014-061 by the Roman Catholic Diocese of Charlotte for a change in zoning for approximately 10 acres located on the south side of Suther Road between Old Concord Road and Sandburg Avenue from institutional conditional. Oh, I'm sorry.
060.
Let me go ahead with this one since we're already into the reading of it, and then I'll go back. I'm sorry, you're right, I turned a page too soon. The petition is to rezone between Concord Road and Sandburg Avenue from institutional CD to institutional CD site plan amendment. The zoning committee voted 5-0 to recommend approval of this petition with the modifications listed in your agenda materials. Is there a motion that this petition is consistent with the Northeast District Plan and is reasonable and in the public interest based on the staff analysis, the public hearing, the zoning committee recommendation, and any other applicable information and materials? Is there such a motion? Councilmember Phipps so moves. Second by Councilmember Driggs. Debate. If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. And with that motion, is there now a motion to approve the petition as amended?
So moved.
Councilmember Phipps so moves. Seconded by Councilmember Austin. Any debate? If not, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that ordinance is adopted, and we'll move back now. Thank you. The next item is petition number 2014-060 by Day Hickson for a change in zoning for approximately 0.46 acres located on the east side of North McDowell Street between East 35th Street and East 36th Street from R5 single-family residential to UR1 CD urban residential conditional. The zoning committee voted 5-0 to recommend approval of this petition with the modifications listed in your agenda materials. Is there a motion that this petition is consistent with the Blue Line Extension 36th Street Transit Station Area Plan, that's a mouthful, and is reasonable and in the public interest based on the staff analysis, the public hearing, the zoning committee recommendation, and any other applicable information and materials?
So moved.
So moved by Councilmember Kinsey, seconded by Councilmember Driggs. Any debate? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. And with the adoption of that motion, is there now a motion to approve the petition as amended?
So moved.
Councilmember Kinsey so moves, seconded by several, including Councilmember Howard. Debate. If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that ordinance is now adopted. So we get back in sequence here. Well, I know that, but I don't have the write-up in my book. The first page is missing. The next is a decision on petition number 2014-063 by Pulte Home Corporation for a change in zoning for approximately 2.68 acres located on the south side of Atherton Street between Euclid Avenue and Marshall Place from R5 single-family residential and B2 general business to UR2 CD urban residential conditional. The zoning committee voted, I have the second page, the zoning committee voted 5-0 to recommend denial of this petition. This petition is protested. And so under the statutes and rules, it will require 9 votes of those voting, including the mayor, to pass. Ladies and gentlemen, before we take the consistency statement, I have conferred with the city attorney, and we believe it's best to know what is the likelihood of this gaining the required 9 votes, and then we will adopt the consistency statement accordingly as to whether the petition receives favorable consideration or not favorable consideration. That will change the consistency statement depending upon what you wish to do with this petition. You will have to make a different set of findings depending upon what you want to do with the petition. Yes, ma'am, Councilmember Kinsey.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like some clarification.
Yes.
On 9 votes to do what?
The rules of the council require that on a protest petition that the motion be put before you as a motion to approve.
To approve.
The petition.
Okay.
If that motion fails to receive the 9 necessary votes, then the petition is automatically defeated. And you would then adopt a consistency statement that speaks to the action you just took.
Okay.
If, on the other hand, the motion receives 9 affirmative votes, then the motion would pass, and you would then be required to adopt a consistency statement explaining your reasons in relation to the adopted area plans.
So we are voting to approve
The motion,
rather than deny.
Your rules of procedure say that the motion that is put before you on a protest petition is a motion to approve the petition. Are we all clear? Madam Attorney, did I get that all right?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Howard?
This is more of a technicality going forward.
Yes, sir.
In the future, the likelihood of us approving something that was inconsistent is not something we'll be doing in the future then.
Well, that's for you to decide, but if you're going to approve, if it's inconsistent, you're going to have to make the Court of Appeals says the necessary findings. This is the first meeting we've had since the Court of Appeals decision, so we're sort of trying to make sure we follow that ruling, and the attorney and I are still conferring on that. I think we're going to have to work out some rules of procedure going forward now that are a little more regularized. So we've reached agreement on how it's to be done at this meeting to comply with the court decision, but we'll probably have some more adjustments and tweaks as we go forward. Okay? All right, so the motion, I'll need a motion to have a motion on the floor that you can vote on it, as I need a motion to approve the petition. And if that gets a second, then you vote on the motion. If it does not get a second, then you do not take the motion. So do I have a motion to approve the petition?
So if you
If I do not have such a motion, I do not. But the question is, do I have a motion to approve the petition?
question again, what
Yes.
happens if you don't get a motion?
If I do not get a motion, then the petition cannot be approved.
It would be
Fails
denied.
because
It
you
would be
don't get a
denied.
motion.
You need
It
a
would
motion
fail.
to take some action on the petition, and with protested petitions, because the state statute and your rules require that it take 9 votes to approve, we typically ask for a vote to approve.
Those are your rules.
But if you don't get a vote to deny, it's just.
Well, look, trust me on this. If nobody makes a motion to approve, or if a motion to approve is not seconded, I think I know what motion I'm going to ask for next, so trust me on this, okay? Is there a motion to approve the petition? Hearing no motion, then I will take any other motion council wishes to make.
Move to deny.
I have a motion from Councilmember Kinsey to deny. I have a second from Councilmember Fallon. You want to debate it?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am sure, yes.
Okay.
There is a lot of back and forth on this particular petition, and I understand and appreciate a lot of the concerns expressed by the neighborhood. I understand the positive statements presented by the developers, and it appears that the parties were not able to come to a meeting of the minds regarding the details and other necessary items in this petition. Is that your understanding as a district rep, Ms. Kinsey?
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
All right, well, I understand and I appreciate that, and I'll take the lead of the district rep.
Anything further? Councilmember Howard.
Just to reiterate a little bit of what the Mayor Pro Tem said, I too kind of recognize that this area will become more dense in the future. Whether or not the time is now is kind of what I wrestle with. And because I didn't feel strongly one way or the other about it right now, I think it's getting close. It's kind of coming down South Boulevard in this direction. I am going to support the district rep as well.
Anything further?
I
Councilmember
think the
Kinsey?
district rep needs to say something. I struggled with this.
You are recognized.
Thank you. I really struggled with this because I think you're right. I wonder, will single family be there? I mean, will it come? If not, what would be appropriate there as far as multifamily? But the two sides just didn't seem to be able to get together. So based on the fact that the planning staff voted or recommended denial, the zoning committee 5-0 recommended denial, and the neighborhood did not, they wanted it denied. I feel like I have to go with what the neighborhood would like to see. So that's why I cannot support this.
Anything else? Madam Attorney, the motion to approve was not made.
Right.
And therefore obviously didn't get a second, and therefore obviously didn't get 9 votes. So does this motion require any requisite number of votes?
This, at least 3, since it takes 9 to approve. So I would say at least 3 votes.
So if this motion gets at least 3 votes, it passes.
Yes.
It's a strange world.
It
Okay.
passes?
To deny.
To deny.
To deny. It's a strange world. We've got to figure this out
Yeah.
under the new regime we're in after the Court of Appeals decision, so we'll figure it out, okay? All right, any further debate on the motion? Yes, Councilmember
I'd
Smith.
like to ask the district representative a quick question, and this might be for staff as well. In the event this were tabled, no action were taken, do you think the neighbors and the developer could arrive at an agreeable area, or do you think that it's all been exhausted?
I know the neighborhood would like to see this settled tonight.
Okay.
I think a lot has been going
Okay.
back and forth.
Okay. Anyone else?
So, Mayor, I think that the consistency statement in your agenda is appropriate for the motion to deny.
Let's see if
So
if the motion to deny passes, then we'll go back to the consistency statement on that,
Okay, I think we're actually supposed to adopt the consistency statement first.
All right, then let's do that. All right, so since we did not have a motion to approve, I think that's the correct procedure. Is there then instead a motion that the petition is found to be inconsistent with the Dilworth Land Use Plan and Streetscape Plan, inconsistent with the New Bern Transit Station Area Plan, and not reasonable or in the public interest based on the staff analysis, the public hearing, the zoning committee recommendation, and any other applicable information or materials? Is there such a motion?
I'm scared to make it.
Well, someone needs to make it.
I'll make the motion.
Councilmember
Second.
Kinsey, is there a second? Councilmember Autry, thank you. Any debate on that? That's the requisite finding we must make. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That takes us back to the principal motion, which is to deny. We've got to figure this out. Call those judges. Okay, any further debate? All right, this motion, let's have a show of hands. Those in support of denial of the petition, raise your hands, and then we'll see what we got, okay? Madam Clerk, you have that?
I do.
Okay. All right. One of the more interesting ones of the evening.
Do the other ones?
No, we now have this one.
Okay.
We've completed action on that one, I think.
Yes.
That's correct. We've completed that. Okay. So that takes us now to petition number 2014-065 by Nasir Ahmad for a change in zoning for approximately 2.91 acres located on the east side of Interstate 85 along John Adams Road near the intersection of Galloway Road and John Adams Road to change from RE3 Research District to RE3 SPA. That's a site plan amendment with Research District. The zoning committee voted 5-0 to recommend approval of this petition with the modifications listed in your agenda materials. Is there a motion that this petition is consistent with the Northeast District Plan and is reasonable and in the public interest based on the staff analysis, the public hearing, the zoning committee recommendation, and any other applicable information and materials? Is there such a motion? So moved. Councilmember Phipps, so moved. Seconded by Councilmember Rodriguez. Any debate? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. In light of the adoption of that motion, is there now a motion to approve the petition as amended?
So moved.
Councilmember Rodriguez, so moved, seconded by Councilmember Phipps. Any debate? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that ordinance is adopted. Taking us to the next item, which is petition number 2014-066 by Levine Properties, Inc., for a change in zoning for approximately .094 acres. How many feet is that, Councilmember Kinsey? .094 acres
Paper
of
street's what it
existing
is.
right-of-way for St. Julian Street located between Commonwealth Avenue and Independence Boulevard from R5 Single Family to B1 PED, Neighborhood Business Pedestrian Overlay. The zoning committee voted 5-0 to recommend approval of this petition. Is there a motion that the petition is consistent with the Plaza Central Pedscape plan and is reasonable and in the public interest based on the staff analysis, the public hearing, the zoning committee recommendation, and any other applicable information or materials? Councilmember Kinsey so moves. Seconded by Councilmember Fallon. Any debate? If not, so many in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. And in light of that, is there now a motion to approve this petition?
So moved.
A second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. No, the ayes have it, and that ordinance is adopted.
Mr. Mayor, I'm impressed.
Yes, sir.
I'm impressed. That was pretty
We'll
good.
get the hang of this eventually. I think the irony of this all, as you all know, is that when I was in the legislature, I was the author of the
You voted for it. yeah.
the legislation that actually wrote this requirement into law. Yeah, so
So
it's
thank you
fitting.
so very much. Thank you so much.
It is a fitting punishment.
Chickies come home to roost.
This is a fitting punishment for my past misdeeds. This is punishment.
Is this the way you saw it working?
No good deed goes unpunished.
Mr. Mayor, would that
yes, sir.
fall into the category of an unintended consequence?
Deeply unintended, Councilmember Autry. So we go now to petition number 2014-067 by Aldersgate United Methodist Retirement Community, Inc. for a change in zoning for approximately 91.31 acres located on the south side of Shamrock Drive across from Glenville Avenue and the east side of Eastway Drive from Dunlavin Way from R15 multifamily residential to institutional CD to, that's the existing zoning, change to institutional CD and institutional CD site plan amendment. Before we may take up this petition and consider it, the City Council has to determine by a 3/4 vote whether or not the changes to the site plan that were made after the zoning committee voted are substantial, and if the petition should be instead referred back to the zoning committee for review. You have in your materials the two changes that the petitioner made after the zoning committee's vote. The item automatically, under your rules of procedure, goes back to the zoning committee unless you make a motion now to take the item on tonight's agenda. Councilmember Howard.
I make a motion to not send it back to the zoning committee.
The motion is to keep it on the agenda tonight and not refer it back, seconded by Councilmember Kinsey. Any debate? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. And the item is now before you on the agenda for decision. The zoning committee voted 5-0 to recommend approval of this petition with the modifications listed in your agenda. Is there a motion that a portion of this petition is consistent with the Eastland area plan, while the remainder is inconsistent with the Eastland area plan, but that the petition is nonetheless reasonable and in the public interest based on the staff analysis, the public hearing, the zoning committee recommendation, and any other applicable information and materials? Councilmember Kinsey so moves, seconded by Councilmember Fallon. Any debate? If not, so many in favor of the motion say aye. Councilmember Phipps, I'm sorry.
Yes.
This is the consistency motion, okay?
Yes, I have a question about,
Yes, sir.
to the staff, about the need in these instances where the change is considered to be inconsistent, or insignificant. On a go-forward basis, is there any consideration being given to granting staff any flexibility to be able to make that determination without having to come before us with any change whatsoever in matters like this?
Well, as we look to forward to a new zoning ordinance, hopefully in the future, that may be something that has changed, but currently we are not looking at changing that policy. That is something that is set in the zoning ordinance. And anytime there is a vote, a change to a site plan after the public hearing and after the zoning committee votes, the city council must decide not to, whether it's significant or not, and decide whether to send it back or not. So at this point, there's no change to that proposed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? Yes. Anything else? This is on the motion to approve the consistency statement as read.
So moved.
I think we had a motion.
Did we have a motion?
I think we did.
Just trying to move us along. Mr.
I understand. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. And with the adoption of that motion, is there now a motion to approve the petition as amended?
So moved.
Councilmember Kinsey, so moved, seconded by Councilmember Driggs. Any debate? If not, so many as favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. That takes us next to petition number 2014-069 by Novant Health for a change in zoning for approximately 81.75 acres located on the northeast quadrant at the intersection of Albemarle Road and Interstate 485. The petition is to change from institutional conditional and B1 conditional to O2 Office 2 conditional and B1 conditional site plan amendment. We have the motion before us. I understand I need to entertain a motion from Councilmember Howard.
Yes, Mayor, I make a motion that we recuse Councilmember Lyles from this petition.
The motion is to recuse Councilmember Lyles from hearing and from decision on the petition. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Phipps or Councilmember Mayfield. Any debate? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Councilmember Lyles is excused on this vote. The Zoning Committee voted 5-0 to recommend approval of the petition with the modifications listed in your agenda. Is there now a motion that this petition is consistent with the Albemarle Road Interstate 485 interchange study and is reasonable and in the public interest based on the staff analysis, the public hearing, the Zoning Committee recommendation, and any other applicable information and materials?
Second.
Councilmember Howard so moved, seconded by Councilmember Driggs. Debate? If not, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. And with the adoption of that motion, is there now a motion to approve the petition as amended? Councilmember Howard so moved, seconded by Councilmember Autry. Is there debate? If not, so many as favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. And that takes us to
One more.
folks who are watching. This is the last one of these I will have to do this way, so you're at the end here. This is the last one. This takes us to petition for this month. This is for petition number 2014-070 by the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Planning Department for a change in zoning for approximately .63 acres located on the east side of South Church Street between West Summit Avenue and West Bland Street. The change is from general industrial I-2 to transit-oriented development mixed use. The Zoning Committee voted 5-0 to recommend approval of the petition. Is there a motion that this petition is consistent with the South End Transit Station Area Plan and is reasonable and in the public interest based on the staff analysis, the public hearing, the Zoning Committee recommendation, and any other applicable information materials?
So moved.
So moved by Councilmember Mayfield, seconded by Councilmember Howard. Any debate? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. And with the adoption of that motion, is there a motion to approve the petition?
So moved.
So moved by Councilmember
Second.
Mayfield, seconded by Councilmember Driggs. Any debate? If not, somebody in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the ordinance is adopted. That completes the decision portion of the agenda. We will now move into the zoning hearings. The public hearings on petitions that have not previously had any hearing or action. And let me remind you again, just because it's been a while, the rules are we'll have a brief staff presentation. If no one is, well, if only one side is signed up to speak, that side will have 3 minutes on the matter. If we have conflicting views, then each side will have 10 minutes collectively among all the speakers, and then the petitioner will have a 2-minute rebuttal. So those are the rules of the road. And with that, we will open public hearing on petition number 2013-075 by the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Planning Department for a change in zoning for approximately .214 acres located on the west side of South Tryon Street between West Catherine Street and West Bland Street. The proposal is to change from general industrial I-2 to transient-oriented development mixed use. Ms. Keplinger.
Yes, sir. This is a request that is located off South Tryon Street. I'm going to orient everyone on the map. South Tryon Street is located right here, and East Bland is right here. The property that we're talking about tonight is within the middle of the yellow circle. It is a small area of property that is located within a quarter-mile walk of the Bland Street Station and a half-mile walk of the Carson Street Station. If you look at the zoning in this area, you can see that we have a lot of industrial, and then we see a lot of Todd and mud optional. And this is all developing in accordance with the transit corridor. I'll point, there's the transit line. It's very hard to see on this map. The site that we're talking about tonight actually has an industrial building located on it with some parking along Tryon Street. The request is to rezone from I-2 to Todd M. It is a conventional request. The South End Transit Station Area Plan recommends a mix of transit-supportive development uses for the site. Staff is recommending approval, and there are no outstanding issues.
All right, I do not have any speakers for or against this petition. Are there questions for Ms. Keplinger from council? Councilmember Phipps.
Right. Is there an operating enterprise in the building right now?
I believe that the building currently is vacant.
Okay, so it's vacant. It's
I
vacant.
believe that it is. We will confirm that for you.
You've got a
in the
follow-up
follow-up
answer on
report.
that? Okay.
I have
Councilmember,
another
yes,
question.
go ahead.
Is it the goal to rezone all the I-2 parcels to Todd mixed use in that general area?
Well, when you look at the map, I don't know if it's necessarily the goal to rezone all of the I-2 zoning in that area specifically to transit-oriented zoning classifications, but this is on our major transit line, so we are looking for higher intensities in terms of residential and office uses. Of course, in the industrial districts, you cannot have residential uses, so that would have a tendency for those properties to rezone to something that did allow residential or office.
I got a final question.
Sure.
Is there any plans to do any kind of analysis to assess the impact of reduced I-2 zoning for businesses near Uptown?
We did a industrial studies probably about 8 years ago, and it focused on industrial properties that were throughout the city, not just in the Uptown location. At that time, they said that we had it's been a while since I reviewed that study, and I think they said we had about a 20-plus year build-out for industrial properties in our jurisdiction. Some things have changed since then, and but I don't believe that we have any plans at this time to update that study.
Okay. Councilman Howard?
My question is a different twist on what Mr. Phipps just asked you. So when I look down Tryon Street and I ride it, God, it seems like every day coming here and going back and forth to work, I'm noticing these tiny parcels are just very slowly kind of changing over to something that's more transit-oriented. And I wanted to make sure, number one, that this area is covered completely by a transit plan. Would it be Carson?
This is actually covered by the South End Transit Station Area Plan. And as you recall, we cannot recommend rezoning to a Todd district unless there is a transit station area plan in place.
So what I'm thinking now is that if you come down Tryon Street, I'm wondering if those circles that go around the stations actually covers all of Tryon Street. Because you don't want holes in the middle of this, because and that close in, there would be one or two parcels in between. I'm just making sure that we're treating all of Tryon Street the same way, because it needs to all develop with the same type of development.
Our Assistant Director would like to respond to your question, so I'll turn it over to Laura Hartman.
Yes, in this area of the South Corridor, or the Lynx Blue Line Corridor, it is in contiguous up and down South Tryon as being appropriate in the long term for transit-oriented development. I think to answer, so I think hopefully that answers your questions. You get further out South Tryon and the stations get further apart past the South End and even past New Bern. And as South Tryon diverts, it's not continuously transit-oriented development, but in this area, it is transit-oriented development.
So the area that I think that would matter from that standpoint would be roughly Moorhead Street down to Tremont, probably. Just making sure that all of that's covered, and it's more linear than it is kind of circles.
Yes,
and
where these stations are.
Pieces of the pie out because we didn't think about that.
Yes, and where these stations are so close together, it does become very linear. It becomes more circular as you move further out the line where the stations are further apart.
Would you check it just to kind of make sure we didn't leave any parcels out that probably should be included?
Sure. I think we can double check, but I think on that side, it pretty much abuts the Wilmore neighborhood for transit-oriented development, and then we did try to stay outside of the neighborhood.
These parcels are so little, you just never know. So.
Sure, we'll be glad to check.
Okay.
Anyone else? If not, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
By Councilmember Kinsey, second by Councilmember Driggs. Discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. And that concludes the public hearing on that item. We'll move next to, we'll open the public hearing on petition number 2014-003 by George Macon for a change in zoning for approximately 4.65 acres located on the southeast corner at the intersection of Ardrey Kell Road and Marvin Road. The proposal to change from R3 single-family residential and MX2 mixed use to O1 office conditional. And with that, we'll open the public hearing. I do have one speaker in favor and one speaker against this petition. So each of you will have 10 minutes, the petitioner first, but we'll have a brief opening from Ms. Keplinger to explain the petition.
Yes, sir. Before I begin the presentation, I would like to let the council know that we did have a protest petition submitted on this rezoning case, and it was deemed insufficient. In terms of this request, I'd like to orient you. This is Ardrey Kell Road, and this is Marvin. You can see from the zoning map, there is an area of NS, which is neighborhood services, commercial development that has small shops, retail, and a little bit of residential mixed in on the north side of Ardrey Kell. Then you have multifamily, then some single and multifamily mixed developments, and then finally single family out on the outside, and there is one little area of institutional. In terms of this particular site, it is a small infill site. It has no connectivity to the adjacent single-family, multifamily development. In fact, all of those properties actually back up for the majority of the site. The single-family, there is a single-family residential structure that is currently located on this site. In terms of the proposed request, it is from single-family and mixed use to office conditional. It'll allow up to 50,000 square feet of office development and retail, and a type 1 eating, drinking, and entertainment establishment as an accessory use. There are no drive-through facilities permitted. There's a maximum of 3 buildings within the building envelopes along Marvin, and they are all pulled up to Marvin Road. There are proposed building materials which consist of brick, glass, stone, and ephes accents. In looking at the adopted future land use map, you can see the single and multifamily uses that are behind this property. You can see the residential along the north side of Ardrey Kell, and then the higher density single family, some multifamily, and then the lower density single family around it. This property is currently slated for single family residential development by the South District Plan, so the request is inconsistent with that plan. But the size of the property, its orientation, and its isolation from the adjoining properties make developing it with standalone single-family residential properties difficult. The proposed office uses, which are restricted, serve as a good transition from the commercial on the north side of Ardrey Kell to the residential. The outstanding issues that are associated with this rezoning are technical in nature, and staff does recommend approval upon the resolution of those issues.
Questions for Ms. Keplinger? Yes, sir. Councilmember Driggs.
This is the petition that was filed some time ago and was postponed a couple of times. Is that right? Because they had not had the community hearing?
Partially, yes.
All right. The insufficient protest, not enough people signed it? They weren't the right people? What was the...
It was Because there are condominium associations and all around this property, we just did not meet the qualifications for the protest petition.
Okay, Councilmember Howard?
Mine says to do with, if you'll go to the next one, down that. So when you look at the other two corners, that looks like that's mixed use. Is that what the stripes usually mean?
Mm-hmm.
And what you just said is office. There's no other office in this area at all. I would tend to believe that it probably more of the restaurant that you just spoke about. You worried about that starting to creep down either one of these streets? Kind of mixed use, commercial. I mean, I guess it could go only down Marvin Road. It couldn't go the other ways because it's developed already.
I think when we looked at this, Councilman Howard, we saw this because the site is so isolated and all of the properties on either side of this corner are actually already developed, that we felt like this would not propose the creep of any further office or retail type development.
You worried about restaurants at all being that close to the residential at all?
Well, they do have some restrictions on the restaurants, such as the no drive-through facilities. So hopefully that's something that we can look further into, certainly.
Councilmember Driggs?
Yes, I just wanted to ask about the vehicle trip generation. Is staff comfortable with increasing to almost 5 times the number of trips? There's a lot of sensitivity about traffic in the district.
I'd like to ask Mac Davis from CDOT to respond.
Good evening. My name is Mike Davis with CDOT. And so just to sort of first confirm, the traffic is expected to increase with this proposal as compared to what can be done by right. But as we talk about trips, there's kind of 2 ways that we're interested in this. One is what's happening right at the site. And so that number that we submit in the report is really, should be thought of as just the amount of traffic entering and exiting the site through the driveways. And so it's true that number goes up. Something I've started trying to help kind of explain with these impacts when we think about how they sort of add up to be more than just what's going on the site is to think about how these uses relate in terms of distance to where the other end of the trip is occurring. And so what I mean by that is when people are going to and from an office site, they're typically coming to or from residential. And so that's typically the trip attraction that exists between those 2 uses. And so having a higher driveway volume, there's a bit of a trade-off because it can sometimes be served by the proximate residential uses. So yes, it does all add up. It does build to the overall amount of traffic, but that's sort of one of the hidden benefits in mixing the uses in this way.
Do we have a sense of, particularly during peak hours, there are a couple of places now where that congestion is very severe. Does this contribute to that?
It certainly could, and of course what I just said is sort of abstract, and it depends on where people in the end really are coming from, where they live and what this office might serve. I would point out that Ardrey, Kell, and Marvin are both, in terms of just their traffic volumes, are well under their capacity. So Ardrey, Kell is around 15,000 trips per day. Marvin is around 10,000. They're tending to get constrained at some of the larger intersections that are over capacity. But generally, no, this is not something that would be of a magnitude that we'd be concerned about.
And the expectation is that most of the people who work in these offices are going to be from the vicinity as opposed to...
Well, of course, we have no way of predicting that or guaranteeing who is served by this office. That's just sort of what we do know is if you took an office use and put it where there were no people living around it, we know those become very long trip lengths, where those 400 or 500 trips per day really have a lot more impact.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Other questions, Councilmember Phipps and Smith?
Yeah. Under outstanding issues, item number 6, we've requested that they remove a note and modify it to read that a signed approval letter from the Southampton Homeowners Association agreeing upon the final locations of a proposed tree save and dumpster areas during the site design will be provided to us prior to submitting for any permit on the site. Now, in view of the fact that I guess it was a protest petition that's proven to be insufficient, are we saying here that without this particular signed letter, that there won't be any permits, issued?
Basically, yes, sir, that's what this letter is saying. It is part of an agreement. I'd like to ask Solomon Fortune, who worked on this particular case, if he could come down and elaborate for us on what the agreement was related to.
Hi, Council. Typically what happened was, as part of when staff goes through the review, when there's agreements with the neighbors, typically we would like to put those in formal writing, so that way, when it goes through the permitting process, there's no confusion between staff and the neighbors, that staff is being asked to make a request that the neighbors did not see upon that approval. And that is why we typically ask for that type of letter from the developer and the neighborhood organization, so there's no confusion during the permit process that someone says something got approved and staff made a change without talking to the neighbors. It's not something that we normally like to do, but when the developer does put a note, or the petitioner puts a note on the plan that said, we have an agreement with the HOA or the adjacent property owner, it's something we like to say to cover ourselves and cover you, the council, so that way that you know what they're getting and that it shows up in that right place during that permitting process.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Smith.
I'm not sure which staff member can answer this, but there was a point made earlier that I think, at least for the audience at large, it caught me a little off guard, so I'd like to ask it just as much for the folks watching at home. Condo owners cannot sign protest petitions?
It depends on how the condominium homeowners association is established. And anytime we have a protest petition from a condominium association, we have to go through their rules and regulations, and it's something that we work with Ms. Hagler-Gray on, to determine who has the ability to sign for them. And in some cases, condominium associations will submit, maybe one of the owners of the condominium will sign, not being aware that they have to get part of the homeowners association to sign on the behalf of the overall group. So it's a technicality, a legal technicality.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lyle.
I know that we have the drawing in our book where we indicate the parking lot is, and there's a buffer space. If you look on the side, I see where the tree area is, the tree save area. How wide is that buffer between the parking lot and the area that backs up to the condominiums? To that point, right here? Yeah, how wide is that buffer?
I believe that it is about 50 feet. It's very hard to read with
Yeah, I can't read it
with the
because I don't
site
have my
plans, but we
glasses.
certainly will clarify. But just looking at some of the other dimensions on the site that we know of, like the dimensions of the parking lots, I would guesstimate that that is about 50 feet.
Okay. All right, if there are no other questions for staff, then what we'll do is take our speakers, and let me say to you, if you're speaking on a petition, you may want to think about the questions that you heard Councilman was asking of the staff. There's maybe things you want to talk about in your remarks as well. I have one speaker for and one speaker against. So, Mr. Macon, we'll take you first, and you have 10 minutes to speak in support of the petition. After that, Chris Papp, or Chris, are you here? Okay, you will have 10 minutes to speak in opposition, okay? Great.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. Thank you, Tammy. Thank you, Solomon, for all your help on this petition. Hopefully my presentation will clear up a lot of the questions that y'all have raised tonight. Part of the reason for the multiple deferrals is that I've been working very closely with the Princeton and Southampton Homeowners Association on this petition. I've met with them, with the board 3 times. I've met with the neighborhood twice in meetings that were well attended by the overall community. And then I've met with the neighbors that are located right behind the property, adjacent to the property separately or as a group, but outside of those meeting settings. And I want to thank them for really working with me over the last almost year on this petition And really, and those are in addition to the formal community meeting that I did hold back in February. And we've been deferring it because I've been working with Princeton at Southampton to make changes to the site plan to, try to find some agreement and common ground on it. And just to highlight a couple of what, we've worked out on that is this plan is significantly different from the initial plan that I brought to them. I changed the access from Marvin Road through their community. I used to have a common access drive right there. Tammy, right there, thank you. I changed that from a full movement through their association into the project up to a right in, right out only right there with a right-hand turn lane. I put a fence, a 10-foot fence around the perimeter of the community. We agreed to leave the tree save where it was, which, that's a good outcome. And then I worked very closely with them to gain access easement through their homeowners association property right there that's outlined in blue. And so we worked out an agreement on that, and they actually had to sign an amendment to the petition to allow that to be rezoned from MX2 to O1 CD. So the long and the short of it is I've worked very closely with them, very appreciative of the interaction we've had over the last several months, and have their support, the board's support of this change in zoning. I would like to bring up a point that I think the protest petition. So I was aware of that. That was way back when I initially filed the petition. It was, I think, from a member of the community that was located right down there, the initial, where I proposed initially to have a full movement intersection, right there at on Marvin Road. Tammy, if you could highlight that. And, as a result of the first meeting that I had with the community, they were that was not something that they wanted. And so I changed it, moved it up to that, further up closer towards the intersection. My understanding from the association was that gentleman was satisfied with that outcome. And I probably get the chairman of the HOA to provide some information on that. That would be helpful. I'm happy to answer any questions. I did talk with Solomon today about some of the outstanding issues we have on the petition. I think they are mostly technical in nature. There is some issue about me providing better elevations about the project, and I'm happy to, to work on that. And I feel like that we can get resolution on the outstanding issues, as we work towards the next submittal. And, I think we've worked closely together to try to resolve the issues, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Barnes has a question for you, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Macon, did you indicate that on both Audrey Kell and Marvin there will be right-in, right-out means of ingress and egress?
I indicated on Marvin that it would be a right-in, right-out, I think, just given the proximity to the intersection there. And then I think the one on Audrey Kell right now is full movement, but that would be subject to, I guess, the permitting process with NCDOT and CDOT.
So 2 further questions then. If someone's approaching the site or someone wants to go south on Marvin Road, how would they go about doing that?
I guess they would have to go out and make a U-turn at the signalized intersection there, if I'm understanding your question.
Yeah, you got it. You got it. And so, Mr. Davis, in our analysis of the traffic patterns, if you've done the analysis on the ingress and egress, is that type of movement within reason according to accepted standards in your business?
Yes, sir. The access that's proposed is exactly as we had prescribed it and requested that be on the plan. There's another trade-off here. So when you can provide full movements, obviously that reduces the need for things like U-turns. By the way, the other way to do this would be to make a left onto Audrey Kell and a left at Marvin. That also can put stress on the intersection, which you'd otherwise like to avoid. So the reason that we wouldn't then allow that movement is because of safety. And so that movement that's proposed on Marvin Road to be restricted is just, as was mentioned, it's just too close to the intersection to really allow that.
And so you're saying that the full access on Audrey Kell would not be too close to the intersection, or someone making a left coming out of there?
That's true, in the near term.
Near term?
I expect conditions will change over time, and it's common that Ardrey Kell is a major thoroughfare, and it will be modified over time, and it will always be reevaluated. But under these conditions, for the foreseeable future, it could operate as a full movement intersection.
Fast forward 10 years, when this area is more developed, how would someone, I guess they take the same dangerous left turn coming out onto Ardrey Kell?
No, what is more likely, first of all, we would never obviously seek to allow it to get to a condition where we needed to take restrictive measures. We thought that was a real concern. Now we would restrict it now. We think it can have full movement, again, for the foreseeable future. It is likely that if and when Ardrey Kell is widened to, say, a 5-lane facility, that would be another point at which we would say, this is probably not safe. We would evaluate that through that project and may deem that it would need to be restricted at that time. But there's no imminent plan to do that.
I understand. So the other question, Mr. Davis, is fast forwarding the 10 years and perhaps to the 5-lane Ardrey Kell Road, what would the restriction be?
Sure. So the worst case in terms of restricted movements would be that both of those access points could be right in, right out. And so then to your question, how does one get southbound on Marvin Road? It could be the former answer, which is that you make the U-turn, which is okay. Or you could make rights on Ardrey Kell. What we also don't know about the future is what other street connectivity options may be in place that allow people to find other routes to get south, not just along Marvin, but just point south. A lot of times what happens is as these areas build out, you get more route choices as more streets get built.
Sure. And thank you, Mr. Davis. Finally, Mr. Macon, do you have any idea what the uses will be? I know what the options are, but do you know what the uses will be?
I mean, primarily, I developed the Blakeney office portion of Blakeney down the street, and it would be similar uses that are in there: medical office, general office, professional, and ancillary uses to that type of project.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Smith has a question, please.
I got a couple questions for Mr. Macon. I see that you have a 50,000 square foot proposed building. How's that broken down? What are your floor plates?
So primarily, it would be on the corner there, approximately a 15,000 two-story building on the corner, and then the balance in single-story, more likely down, Marvin Road.
Is the office product for lease or for sale?
It would be a mix.
Okay. And then one last question. Just an appetite for having done a little work out there.
Yeah.
Can you help on vacancy rates especially for office medical in that submarket?
If you consider Blakeney its sort of own little submarket, and I guess I would group the I'm drawing a blank on the property on the other corner, Sammy. Cedar, is it Cedar Walk? I think that project is full, and Blakeney is. I mean, I have one 2,000 square foot unit at Blakeney that's available out of over 250,000 square feet. So it's a very tight market. There's still demand for service, hence the desire. And
thank you.
Okay. Anything further? Councilmember Driggs?
Just quickly, so these facilities would provide services generally to area residents, the sort of thing that area residents could use for medical services or beauty salon, that kind of thing. All right. Yeah.
Very similar again to, I mean, I just, because it's a good comparison to Blakeney. I mean, those are all neighborhood service type uses for the most part.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Anything further?
Mayor?
If not, yes.
A point of clarification to Councilman Howard's question earlier about the restaurants for this type of use. In an office district, you have to have 30,000 square feet of office use or primary office use before you can even have retail or an eating and drinking establishment. And then there are further restrictions on the size of the retail and the eating and drinking establishment. So there are some restrictions that would not allow a single restaurant to be located on the site.
Will you make sure you get that directly to Councilmember Howard? Okay. All right, with that, we'll move to Mr. Papp.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for listening. First on this petition, I kind of want to talk about and I think you guys alluded to it a little bit, the notice portion of this. I left you guys some pictures because I think it's good to have a picture of what's going on. In terms of use, there's been a sign there for over a year that says it's going to be medical and professional office space. And it's just coming in 2014. You'll also notice what you don't see there is the actual rezoning sign. And I can tell you from speaking with residents in my HOA to a person thought that this was already approved. And so they don't know the right to city council. So that's one thing. The community meetings that were held, I know I called Mr. Macon 7 times. I live 2,200 feet to the south. I didn't get a return call to ask for uses, what was going to go on there. Now, in terms of office medical space, I was able to find 25,000 square feet last night within 3 miles of the site. So, and having some discussions with some other people, I found that Mr. Macon was actively recruiting a daycare center to come there, which that intersection can't handle that kind of traffic as well. So, I have some concerns about, whether this was actually properly noticed, whether a new community meeting should have been held, which I think it should have, but it wasn't. In terms of the planning department's recommendation, there's also a picture, I think it's up there, where they talk about it being kind of isolated. You can go right to a road, right, that goes into the community, and there's an access road that can be accessed right through that. So I don't understand why putting more traffic there when it's very easy to get to that actual development. In terms of traffic, I sent pictures there. There is a line of traffic that goes all the way back to almost Wade Audrey Road every single morning. That intersection now has gridlock in it in the morning because people go into Elon Park School. I don't understand how you could possibly make a left out of there today, not in the future, today. If you're going to go right on Audrey Kell, I'm not sure where you would do a U-turn. As the CDOT said before, there was about 14,000 count right at that intersection, but at North Community House, it's 22,000, which is over capacity. So I'm not sure, having people doing U-turns in the middle of Audrey Kell is a good idea. In addition to the staff's comments, it says, we don't know what the use is going to be. Obviously, we don't have any contract signed for what's going to go in there. And in the notes, it says that we should include all O1 uses there. So O1 uses encompasses a lot more other things besides medical and professional office space. Hotels, data centers, funeral homes, day labor service agency stations, kennels. So these are all things that can go there. So if you plop an O1 in the middle of a residential, which is primarily residential, you can have a big problem with what goes in there. In terms of the other mixed use, it is all neighborhood services. It looks like houses. They have angled roofs, asphalt shingles. It's pizza places. There is a couple of doctor's offices in there, ice cream shop, nail salon, things like that. So that's what's in there. The other thing is just townhomes, and it all melds together. Dropping a brick and glass office building in here does not go with the neighborhood. It is not a good use. The traffic cannot withstand any more going in there, and I think you guys should deny this.
Thank you. Keplinger, will you need to get some follow-up information on the notice issue?
Well, Mr. Mayor, we do have a staff member that is by that site very often, and they said that the sign actually is in place. Now, we will go back and verify that again.
Let's double-check all of our notice procedures on this, please.
The sign is in place. It's on Audrey Kell Road. It's not on Marvin Road, which is where the property is. However, for people that care about it, who will be coming up from Marvin Road, they can't see it because it's blocked off by that gigantic sign that says "coming soon," because the way that the road is angled up. You don't see it in that picture. It's behind the trees.
Any questions for Mr. Papp?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Councilman Rivers. I'm curious to know, Mr. Papp, do you agree with the staff's assessment that this is not a suitable site for single-family development?
No. I don't see why. You can have it, if there are 4 other developments that come out either on Ardrey-Kell Road and Marvin, Southampton, Princeton, Ardrey-Kell Villages, and Kensington comes out on Marvin, or the other side of it is Providence Road West. So I don't understand why that couldn't be residential. There's been some innovative, I know Shea Properties did something down Marvin Road where you could put a little more density in with single-family homes right down the street. So I just fail to see why there's an issue. If you can let people, if you can have 780 trips coming in and out a day, why can't you have 120 residential coming in and out every day?
Just follow up.
Sure.
Is it your sense that a lot of people that live in the neighborhood share that view? I mean, we're getting quite a different account in terms of Mr. Macon's conversations with people in the neighborhood, and I'm just curious to know, how do we reconcile that?
Well, how do I put this? Well, I've spoken actually at length with the president of Southampton Princeton, and they're actually concerned that, you know, what can go there. I don't think they're aware that 01 has all these other uses. They think that these are all, you know, these are offices, and they're actually, you know, we're kind of convinced of that and said, well, this is kind of the best we're going to get because we don't know what council will do, going forward. They're going to put a hotel there or a CVS or something like that that would cause even more traffic. So they're saying if there's going to be commercial there, this is the best that we can get. But I can tell you from my neighborhood, it's not at all something that we would be interested in. As you can see, the traffic going there, and it just doesn't go with the rest of the community.
And Ms. Kaplinger, this is conditional only to the extent of the 30,000 square foot limitation?
No, sir.
Or what are the other limitations?
There are
in the conditional?
additional conditions, and one of them is on the type of uses that can go on the site. It is restricted to 50,000 square feet of office development for medical, dental, optical clinics, barber and beauty shops, child care centers, cultural facilities, financial institutions, libraries, offices, and studios, and then retail and eating, drinking established as permitted by the ordinance, which we talked about that previously. And in the outstanding issues, staff did ask Mr. Macon to narrow that list down further.
All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Smith.
A quick question, Mr. Papp. When you said there's 25,000 square feet available in a 3-mile radius, did that include, when you did your search, were you including, say, Torrington, Ballantyne, and some other heavy concentrations of offices?
Yeah, and just medical, too. I mean, there's Ballantyne Corporate Park, there's a whole bunch of medical buildings they have in there. There's some up in Stonecrest. There's, Mr. Macon has some at Blakeney that is still there. There's actually one across the Cedar Walk that's still there. It's not difficult. If there was a market for it, we wouldn't be having this conversation. He'd say, these buildings are leased out or sold. But that's not the case. So I think you're going into an experiment here with allowing these, uses, and then year from now, 2 years from now, oh, it didn't work, so let's put a hotel there or something else. So I just think you need to be very careful with this. Conditional zonings, according to the ordinance, should have some specific project associated with them if you're going to drop this kind of zoning in the middle of a residential. And from what I can tell, there is no specific project. It's just conditional, and maybe we'll do this, and maybe we'll do that. But no one seems to be able to provide any answers.
Councilmember Fallon.
Tammy, question. Say an eating establishment went in there. Could it have a window?
Just drive-through service window?
Yeah.
No, ma'am, it would not be allowed to,
Restricted.
according to the conditions that he's placed on the
So
site
it's a sit-down restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Phipps.
So this is an essentially a spec space with no pre-lease tenants?
As far as I can tell.
Mr. Papp, thank you very much, I think.
Thanks.
Yes, Councilmember
Can I ask
Smith.
Mr. Macon?
Well, he's got a 2-minute
Okay.
reply period,
Fine.
remember? Okay.
Fair enough.
Anything else for Mr. Papp?
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Mr. Macon, you do have 2 minutes to reply.
Thank you, and I would just like to, first apologize if the gentleman tried to reach out to me. I've made significant repeated efforts to meet with the Southampton community. We've met over 7 or 8 times. The 2 community meetings where the community as a whole showed up were well-attended. I don't have the exact numbers, but I would say 40-plus people at both meetings. And I'm more than happy to meet with the gentleman after the meeting and discuss the project in more detail if he would like to. In terms of the market for the project, I mean, I developed Hunter's Crossing around the corner on 521. I developed Blakeney. In my professional opinion, there is demand for office space at that location. You know, it has been advertised for a long time. The sign went up, and, you know, it's been a long time because I've been trying to work through the issues with the Homeowners Association for several months. And I feel like, you know, if you can, Tammy, if you could just point out the homes in the back there. You know, I've met specifically with, well, right there adjacent to the northern boundary of the property. I've met specifically with these folks about, you know, some of the concerns they've had and made changes to the plan to accommodate their needs. I think, and as far as the child care center goes, I did, that opportunity did come up, and I discussed that with the HOA at one of the meetings and then with the board subsequent to that, and feel like that is a very compatible use that the neighbors would, you know, utilize in the area. It's a, you know, I think it's permitted in the institutional district, which would be consistent with this area. So, is that my time?
Yes, okay. It is. Mr. Macon, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. I'm sure you're going to continue to work.
All right.
With that, we'll need a motion to close the public hearing.
Close.
Second.
Can I ask Mr. Macon one question?
Yes, you may ask him a question.
Mr. Macon, just real quickly, would you consider Torrington and/or Ballantyne Medical to be competition?
No. I consider those 2 separate submarkets. I mean, they just are.
Okay. Have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. It's pretty tepid there. Are you really in favor of the motion?
Yes.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Thank you.
That closes the public hearing. Yes. Thank you both. And that will then move us to public hearing. We'll open the public hearing on petition 2014-031 by Wilkinson Partners for a change in zoning for approximately 5.9 acres on the southeast corner at the intersection of Youngblood Road and Shelburne Farms Drive from MX3 and the Lower Lake Wiley critical area to MX3 site plan amendment, also in the Lower Lake Wiley critical area. And I only have one speaker in favor of the petition, Mr. Jim Haney. Mr. Haney, are you here? Great, you'll have 3 minutes, but let's first hear a brief staff presentation first, okay?
Yes, sir. This property is located off of Highway 49, close to the Catawba River. It's a part of the Palisades development. You can see the property right here. You look at the zoning map, you can see everything's in yellow, and that's different types of residential development. I want to tell you a little bit of history about this case. In April 2014, a public hearing was held on this property. And at that public hearing, the petitioner submitted a revised site plan, and that revised site plan, after staff reviewed it, was not in compliance with the subdivision ordinance. So the petitioner had to make additional changes prior to the zoning committee meeting. The zoning committee and staff felt that those changes were significant and recommended to City Council that a new public hearing be held. City Council in July voted to have a new public hearing tonight, so that's why we're here tonight. Since the original request came in, a small portion of property, this little flag, has been added to the site. I'll tell you what that's for in just a minute. As you can see from the aerial, you have single-family residential on the northeast and west of this property. To the south, you have a recreational facility that includes a pool, clubhouse, and tennis courts. In terms of the site plan, The area that was added to the site, I'll go over first. This is actually an area for guest parking, which will be accessed through the street network for this development. The proposal is a mixed-use site plan amendment. It allows 30 attached single-family townhomes at a density of 4.81 dwelling units per acre. The building materials have been specified and are listed in your agenda. There are several innovation requests, and the petitioner has provided pedestrian connections throughout the site to the adjacent properties and the proposed public street. Elevations are shown here. You can see what the typical development will look like. In terms of the future land use for this property, the Still Creek Area Plan recommends 4 dwelling units per acre for this site. For this portion of the development, the existing density is 3.9 dwelling units per acre, and the increase for the townhomes will raise that to 4.8 dwelling units per acre. But when we look at these types of developments, we look at the overall density for the entire Palisades development. The entire Palisades development currently is at the density of 3.87 dwelling units per acre, and with this small change, the density will be 3.89 units per acre. Staff is recommending approval of this petition upon the resolution of outstanding issues. It is consistent with the Still Creek Area Plan with a density of 4 dwelling units per acre, which I reviewed just a minute ago. The outstanding issues are technical in nature.
Questions for staff? Okay, Mr. Haney, I'm sorry, I have another speaker who was also on your side. So, Mark Hool, are you here? Mr. Hool, but you and Mr. Haney together have 3 minutes between you to speak. I'll take Mr. Haney first since he signed up first. The two of you together can divide 3 minutes between you. Mr. Hool, come on down so we can get you up quickly, and that way we don't lose any of your time, okay? Good evening.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor. I'm definitely for development, so I am with the development project, but I do have one concern, and that's why I'm here today. I am a property owner that has 400 linear feet right adjacent to the property, and with that, I believe it'd be on the east side, and with that, I'm concerned with the new public road that will be dead ending to the property. The current plan shows that a guardrail will go up, and I will not be able to access my property through a public street. And with that, I would like to offer maybe another solution or have another solution offered so that I can obtain access for, to the property, to my own property from the public street. That's
Mr.
all.
Haney, I have you down on my list of speaking in favor of this rezoning. Is that correct?
Yes, I am for,
okay.
as far as, but I was told at this appointment that I would be able to speak with one part regarding the gate.
Sure. Is there anyone here from Wilkinson Partners? Okay, Mr. Hool, you're probably going to talk to Mr. Haney after the session, I suspect. Okay, great. And you're up.
Good evening. I'm Mark Hool with Yarborough Williams and Hool. I'm here on behalf of Mike Boston and Robert McLeod, the petitioners on this site. As staff said, we've been working with them closely subsequent to the last public hearing to resolve the outstanding issues. Tonight, I wanted to let you know we did have a new community meeting with the adjacent owners, and at that meeting, we committed to doing some additional landscaping across the street on Shelburne Farms Drive from our entrance. There was some concern from the adjacent owners with regard to the headlights at that intersection, and we agreed to work with them to do some additional landscaping, and I told them I would make note of that at the meeting here this evening. We also agreed to do some temporary signage along Youngblood Road for the construction traffic. our neighbors next door to us on Youngblood Roads say that oftentimes construction traffic gets confused and goes down their road thinking that's Shelburne Farms Drive. So we'll told them we'd be glad to work with them during construction to put up some temporary signage. I wanted to note those two things. Those are something we'll be adding to the plan subsequent, and we'll continue to work on the stub road issue. I don't know what options there are. We'll be glad to deal with Mike and his folks. Typically with those stub roads, we are required to put a barricade at the end of them. But we'll be glad to work with the owner to figure out a solution.
With CDOT, please be sure you include Mr. Haney in the discussions.
Yes,
okay?
sir. Thank you very much.
Any questions for Mr. Houle? All right, if not, thank you both, and we have no other speakers on that, so do I have a motion to close the hearing?
Move to close.
Councilmember Autry so moves, seconded by Councilmember Mayfield. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that concludes the hearing on that item. We did do deferral earlier on petition 2014-043, but I don't know if they've come in since then. Mr. Alan McDonald, Mr. James Hodges, or Ms. Debbie Varner, are any of you here? Okay, good. Then we got the message to you in time, so you weren't waiting in vain. And with that, we will then move to the next item, which is a hearing. We'll open the public hearing on let me make sure I get the right number. This is on petition number 2014-058 by Switzenbaum and Associates for a change in zoning for approximately 30.9 acres on the west side of West Tyvola Road, south of South Tryon Street, from Business Park conditional to R12 multifamily conditional. And I do not have any speakers on this signed up, pro or con, so we'll hear a brief explanation of the petition from Ms. Keplinger.
Yes, sir. This property is located off of West Tyvola Road, which is right here, and South Tryon Street. Most of us are familiar with the Renaissance Golf Course, which is located here, and the driving range, which is located in the area of B2. As you can see from the existing zoning map, there's a little pocket of business park that is located to the southwest of the site, multifamily across Tyvola Center Drive, and then single family with the exception of the commercial property at the corner of Tyvola and Tryon Street. This is currently mostly undeveloped, but there is a self-storage facility on that site. In terms of this multifamily that has developed here, the density on this site is 8.1 dwelling units per acre. From an aerial perspective, you can see the site is currently undeveloped. Again, the multifamily across the street and the business park to the southwest, golf driving range to the north. The proposal is to go from business park conditional to multifamily conditional, to allow 295 multifamily residential units at the density of 9.54 units per acre. The site plan shows a lot of tree save area. You can see different parts of the site plan. There is a creek that is located on the site and adjacent to it. There are proposed typical buildings that are shown throughout the site. There are 6 of those, along with an amenity building in the center of the site. These are the proposed elevations. You can see from the unique building layout that they are proposing. In terms of the future land use map for this site, the property was rezoned to business park by a 1997 rezoning petition. Since then, conditions have changed in this area. We no longer have the Coliseum, the traffic patterns are different, and the multifamily to the south has developed. So prior to 1997, the area plan, the Southwest District Plan, actually recommended multifamily for this site. And it recommended that we follow the general development policies in terms of the number of units per acre. When we ran the general development policy, it recommends 6 dwelling units per acre. Now, the property across Tyvola Center Drive developed at 8.1. The request for this site is 9.54 dwelling units per acre. And although that is a little bit higher than the 6 dwelling units per acre that the GDP recommends, we feel like it's consistent with what has been already approved in the area. So the request is inconsistent with the Southwest District Plan recommendation for Business Park. The density is inconsistent with the general development policies for 6 dwelling units per acre, but the proposed use is compatible with the surrounding uses. And the outstanding issues, we have some technical outstanding issues and some transportation-related issues. And once those are resolved, staff will recommend approval of this petition.
My apologies, we do have one speaker in favor, but let me see first if there are any questions for staff. If not, Mr. Fields, welcome.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, and members of council and members of the zoning committee. Thank you. I'm Walter Fields. Let me introduce Sam Switzenbaum, who's here from Philadelphia tonight to be part of this hearing, and he's been in and out of Charlotte for a number of years and involved with a number of things that have happened here, not the least of which is he owns the apartment community directly across the street from this site, and I would invite you to go out there and ask Barbie, who's a manager, for a tour, because it's a beautiful community. This is a sort of an unusual rezoning, going from a non-residential category back to a residential category. But if you look at this site, I think you'll see why. And you look at our site plan, this is a very interesting site in terms of its topography and in terms of its tree cover. And what we're trying to do with this community is to create a whole different type of multifamily community, something that's very secluded, right in town, and yet still very secluded. The buildings are not oriented out to the street, they're oriented to the interior of the site. There's a lot of tree preservation around the site, which also helps in terms of avoiding steep slopes and some wetlands and other environmentally sensitive areas. For what we see today built in the suburbs, I think 9 units an acre is a fairly moderate density, and I'm pleased that the staff is comfortable with that density at this location. Let me show you a little bit, one of the unusual features is the actual design of these buildings. These are not your basic rectilinear multifamily buildings. The best way I could describe it would be, and you saw on the site plan, something that looks like a very large dog bone with protrusions at the end. It creates more corner units, it creates more windows and more opportunities for people to feel like they literally are out in the woods. And with buildings at 3 to 4 stories back away from the road, there are some high spots here where you may very well be able to see Center City, Charlotte, and South Park, and portions of the airport from the upper floors of these units. These are all elevator buildings. They're very high quality in terms of their concept. We got a comment late Friday from the staff. They want us to provide some more information about building materials. We're more than happy to do that. There's a couple of technical issues that we need to work through in terms of a driveway location. But I think all in all, we've addressed the majority of the concerns that we've been asked to take a look at. We're very comfortable with this plan. We're very appreciative of the staff's support. We had a community meeting at the site. 2 people came to that meeting, both of whom were very impressed, I think, with what they saw, not only with the community that they were in where we had the meeting across the street, but with our plans and with Mr. Switzenbaum and his commitment to this property and this community. So, Mayor, at that point, I will stop and see if there are any questions that anyone may have of me. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Fields? Councilmember Kinsey and Councilmember Mayfield.
Thank you. Mr. Fields, ordinarily, we don't like buildings to turn their back on streets. And these buildings are proposed to do that. Do you have, is there a lot of tree cover there so you really don't see the back door, or?
Yes, ma'am. That's one of the characteristics about this site that we're trying to actually take full advantage of. The dark green areas on this site plan are the areas that we think will be completely untouched by anything we're doing. No tree removal, no grading, no nothing. And we worked through a number of issues with the staff about this design, and we're very pleased that they're comfortable with this particular layout. There will be some grading around the entrance, so you'll be able to see the community building and you'll be able to see up into the site. But you see how the buildings are located, they're pushed back up into the site. We're trying to create that very secluded, very almost woodsy environment, really in the middle of town, just a couple of blocks from the interstate. We think this is a unique opportunity to do something really special.
Thank you.
Councilmember Mayfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, this question is for you, Tammy, with Mr. Fields here. When we, in our notes under outstanding issues, we have it noted on here regarding our parks, greenways, and open space that there was a commitment, which I know the verbal commitment had been there because I did have opportunity to go out, meet with the current site in regards to discussions for this future development, but I guess I was expecting for these notes to be in place. So what is our plan? Because I know the verbal commitments have been made regarding our greenway space and connectivity. And part two of that is conversations that, if any, we're having with CATS regarding public transportation, since we are getting ready to increase, and we do know more and more people are choosing not to have vehicles today and want more access to public transportation.
In terms of the question about the parks and the greenways and the open space, that is an outstanding issue, as you indicated. And Mr. Fields will have the opportunity to submit a revised site plan by Friday at 12 noon for his client.
Okay.
And we anticipate that this issue will be addressed in some shape or form, or he'll talk with us about it between now and then. If not, then it will more than likely remain an outstanding issue that will come back to you as listed that way when it comes time for decision. In terms of CATS, CATS did not have any particular issues with this petition. We certainly can go back and double check with them, but they did not feel that they needed a waiting pad or anything of that nature. Evidently, they have what they need in this area.
Because I would like for us to follow up with them, Tammy, as we're looking at the next 3, 5, 10 years, it'll be better for us to have this conversation now opposed to coming back to council in 3 years trying to figure out how we're going to add in the waiting station for cats. But other than that, I have no problems with us moving to close unless there's anything else, Mr. Mayor.
Do you want to hear from Mr. Fields on that question, or?
Would you like to respond, Mr. Fields?
Absolutely. We will make it clear in the notes on the plan exactly what we intend. It's more like a trail network. It's difficult to draw that on the plan at this scale, but I can put language in the plan which makes it abundantly clear where that will go and what will be accomplished along the way, whether it's an exercise trail or something else. And secondly, this is the memo that we got from CATS. And you can see they didn't have much to say. In fact, they said, and I quote, "There are no requests at this time." So if they have something else to say, we'd be glad to hear it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Phipps, did you have something?
Yeah, I read this staff analysis, and I was confused as to, staff has recommended approval for this, and even though that it's inconsistent with the plan, it's inconsistent with the recommended density. I just was confused as to why then, what is the compelling reason why you would support something like this? It looks, I know the plan is like 23 years old, so it looks as if, that you're looking for reasons outside of what the plan prescribes, and you're looking at what's the adjacent land is being used for, such as that, which is, I don't see how that's really of any, why would that be relevant? It seems like we're trying to attach the uses that are outside of the plan, giving it the same weight as an adopted plan. So I'm just confused as to what makes this so compelling a project as to deviate from plan prescriptions in terms of the use and the density of it.
Mr. Phipps, I understand your question. The Southwest District Plan in 1997 was rezoned to change this property to business park zoning. And at that time, the scenario in this area of town was very different. We had the Coliseum. We had a lot of things that were happening in that area transportation-wise, and it seemed like a good opportunity for a business park on this part of vacant land. But since that time, things have changed. The Coliseum is no longer out there. We have had, like I said, the property adjacent to it did not develop as part of the business park. It developed for multifamily residential. The business park section developed a small amount, but did not expand any larger than that. And we looked back at what the plan said prior to 1997. And when we looked at that, it's recommended multifamily. and we generated the general development policy numbers, which recommended 6 dwelling units per acre. So we felt like, since things had in a manner reverted back to the way they were prior to 1997, that we could support multifamily. In terms of density, the density on the adjacent property is a little bit higher. It's 8.1, and this request is for 9.54, but we felt that there's not a huge amount of difference between those two numbers, especially when we're getting a lot of land area that's going to be undeserved and preserved the way this site plan preserves it. So those are the reasons that we became comfortable with this petition and recommending it.
Sure. So, given your response then, is there any plans to revisit this Southwest District Plan in the future?
We have plans to revisit a lot of our plans. I'm not sure where this one is on the list, but I'm sure that it is on the list.
Thank you.
Councilman Mayfield, you get the closing shot.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and actually, hopefully just help a little bit also for my colleague. When we're looking at the development that's happening off the West Tavola area, and we're looking at the most recent, earlier this year, we did the groundbreaking on the VA facility that we know is going to generate more than 350 jobs, looking at more housing options. There's a lot of development that's happening around that corner where this is happening. We're going to be seeing something else probably coming before us in the next month or two. So I have already started conversation with staff as well as the neighborhood leaders regarding coming back to the table regarding the Southwest District Plan to start those conversations again, because it is first approved back in the early 90s. So we are looking at what reality looks like off of West Tavola Road and then that off of Nations Ford and that whole corridor moving forward as we go into 2015 and beyond. So we are having those conversations, but because I had some of the same concerns as far as the amount of development, but we're looking at a number of the business and corporate development that is also happening further up Tavola. This was a particular project, after speaking with staff, that I felt comfortable with us moving forward. And as far even with, as Ms. Kinsey mentioned, the fact that we really don't like to have buildings facing out, the way this particular project is located, you're basically going into the neighborhood, so you're not really seeing it from the street. So that is a difference, which is why I also wanted to reiterate the connectivity regarding the parks and access, because you do have tennis parks as well as golf course and a lot of other amenities in the area. So trying to utilize the space as much as possible to make it accessible for those that will be going into the area.
Great, thanks. Thank you.
May I have a motion to close the hearing?
Move to close.
Councilmember Mayfield so moves, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Debate, if not, somebody in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we conclude the public hearing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That moves us to, we will open the public hearing on petition number 2014-064 by Marsh Properties LLC for a change in zoning for approximately 59.4 acres, generally located on the east side of South Boulevard on both sides of Poindexter Drive and Elmhurst Road, to rezone from B1 Neighborhood Business, B2 General Business, O2 Office District, R15 Multifamily Residential, and R8 Single Family Residential to Mixed-Use Development Optional and Urban Residential to Conditional. We have quite a number of speakers on this. So before I call on Ms. Keplinger to give us an overview of the petition, I'm going to call out the folks that I have signed up to speak so you can get yourselves organized. Again, since we have speakers on both sides of the issue, each side will be allotted 10 minutes to speak, and you'll be responsible for dividing that time among you. Speaking for the petition, I have Jamie McLawhorn, Jeff Brown, Richard Petersheim, and George Dewey. Speaking against the petition, I have Gene Woolsey, Deborah Robinson, and Stan Peterson. So if the folks on each side can mobilize yourselves, and we'll hear Ms. from Keplinger on a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The property, as you indicated, is located off of South Boulevard. This is Poindexter Drive, and this is Elmhurst. You can see the red circle kind of identifies the property, and a little bit of it is outside of the area. One of the things I would like to point out is there is a property right in the middle of the site, which is owned by a church that is not involved in the rezoning. So that is not proposed to be rezoned. The site is approximately 59.4 acres. You can see the sedge-filled neighborhood surrounding the site. And in terms of the blue line, we are within a quarter mile and in some places half a mile walk from the Bern Street station. Sorry, my pages are sticking together. In terms of looking at the aerial, you can see that there is non-residential development up along South Boulevard to Haverford. And then back in this area, with, again, the exception of the church, which is not included, we have duplex, triplex, and quadruplexes that are on the subject properties. In terms of this rezoning, it is a request to go from neighborhood business, general business, office, multifamily residential, and single-family residential to mixed-use development district optional and urban residential optional, conditional, with 5-year vested rights. There are numerous site plan conditions that go along with this development, and I'm going to try to very briefly go through those and highlight those for you. On this map, you can see that there is a conservation easement along the creek that abuts single-family residential neighborhood, and you can see that in this area there are some building envelopes. Those will also show up on some of the other sides. The property is set up in basically 12 development areas. 4 development areas, A, B, C, and D, are to be rezoned to MUD optional, mixed-use development district optional. The remaining districts, which there are 8 of them, are to be rezoned to urban residential conditional. In terms of the 4 MUD optional districts, in this area, the proposal is for 98,000 square feet of retail personal service uses, 100,000 square feet of office, or 150 residential units. For the 8 development areas that are for urban residential, there are 4 areas that have limited densities and height restrictions, and those are the ones that abut the single-family residential neighborhoods, L, K, J, and I. There are several optional requests for the MUD district, as I mentioned earlier. They basically involve, categorized there's a whole list of them, but I've kind of broken them into categories. They're based around parking, maneuvering between buildings and streets, allowing the existing development and the other site elements to remain until new development occurs. There's 1 accessory drive-through window in development area B that is to be permitted, and it's restricted to limited service restaurants, and there's a definition of what a limited service restaurant is on the site plan. And there are also modifications to the streetscape treatments. This is, I'm going to quickly slip through some of the elevations that are proposed for the site. Elmhurst, South Boulevard, Poindexter, and Poindexter. You have the retail shops on South Boulevard, another South Boulevard perspective, and these are all development area A. Then this is development area B with the South Boulevard elevations. In terms of the consistency with the land use plan, the proposed request is the New Bern Transit Station area plan was adopted in 2008, and it recommends mixed-use transit supportive development for the portions of the properties along South Boulevard up to Haverford Street. The plan supports residential TOD, transit-oriented development for the wedge area that's within the half-mile, quarter-mile walk of the transit station. Within the wedge, which is outside the half-mile and the quarter-mile walk, the plan recommends 17 dwelling units per acre. So the request is consistent with the New Bern Transit Station Area Plan recommendations. However, there are significant issues that are related to design and transportation that staff is still working on the petitioner with. So at this point in time, staff does not recommend approval of the petition in its current form.
Thank you so much, Ms. Keplinger. As the mayor indicated, we have several speakers for this. Mr. Brown, are you going to be speaking on behalf of the proponents?
We will be coordinating. Two of us will be speaking.
Okay. Welcome to you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council and the zoning committee. I am Jeff Brown, and with my colleague Keith McVeigh, we've had the pleasure of assisting Marsh Properties on this rezoning petition, as well as Aston Properties, who is involved as a participant in the proposed redevelopment. Jamie McLaughlin, who's president of Marsh, who will speak shortly, is with me. George Dewey, president of Aston Properties, Richard Petersheim, and others with Land Design, Tom Wright of Normal Wright, Randy Goddard, who's the traffic consultant, are all members of the development team and have worked very hard on this, frankly, for over a year now. We do appreciate the opportunity to continue working with staff and with CDOT on this. It is a petition with a lot of detail, and we're very confident we'll be able to work through those details here very shortly and move the staff's position on this to support, because we are very, very pleased with how the plan has evolved over this many, many months. I'm going to review a few of the details that we appreciate Ms. Keplinger's detailed staff analysis and write-up. But before doing so, let me introduce Jamie, who will talk about the Marsh family's long history on this property and also some of the development plans.
Welcome to you, sir.
Thank you. I'm pleased to be here tonight after really months of hard work with planning and CDOT, as well as the residents and leadership of the Sedgefield neighborhood. It's really an exciting opportunity for us to provide a high-quality redevelopment of property that's been in the Marsh family for over 65 years. Not only did we develop the apartments and the retail that are existing there today, but the single-family residences that make up the neighborhood were also part of our original development when Sedgefield was started. The apartments that were built in the early 1950s honestly have seen their better day. We've done our best to keep them up, but they present very costly electrical, plumbing, and structural issues, and we're at a point where they require extensive investment. And as we evaluate our next step with them, we also recognize that when Sedgefield was originally developed in the 1950s, the neighborhood was really a suburb of Charlotte at the time, and the development was built for that lifestyle. And today's Sedgefield is really part of the urban core, and we see our redevelopment as an opportunity to provide the amenities that are desired by today's urban dweller that are moving into the neighborhood. We've got our first-rate team to help us create something really special, as Jeff mentioned just a few seconds ago, and we're really excited about the potential that we can add to the neighborhood. I will emphasize that the redevelopment will take likely 8 to 10 years. We plan to start with the new retail stores along South Boulevard that were shown on parcel development A, and then move further back in the site, redeveloping the apartments that are closest to South Boulevard, and then through deeper into the neighborhood. Here you see some photos of the existing street conditions as well as the apartment buildings. They also show the wonderful street trees and tree canopy that is so important to this neighborhood aesthetic. And one of our key goals from the outset has been to do all we can to preserve the existing street network as well as the existing tree canopy, and as it's a wonderful feature of the property. I will say this approach, however, is very expensive, as we'll essentially be tearing out old and installing new infrastructure. And I won't be shy in telling you that to do this, we must do so with more residential units that exist there today. These photos show the existing, really out-of-date condition of the commercial frontage along South Boulevard. This presents a great opportunity to bring new quality retail and restaurants, including a new Harris Teeter, which was the original grocer in Sedgefield for over 30 years, to serve the nearby communities. Before going back to Jeff, I do want to assure you that our company, with our deep history in Sedgefield, will work hard to create a redevelopment that the community can be proud of. There are neighbors here tonight who you'll hear speak, and they have great pride in Sedgefield, and given our long history, our company does as well. I also want to assure you that we'll continue to be attentive to the needs of our apartment residents during the roughly 8 to 10 years phased redevelopment. These will include efforts to give residents plenty of advance notice of redevelopment and opportunities to stay within the community. Jeff?
Thank you, Jamie. As Ms. Keplinger indicated, I do want to hit some highlights. One, again, the plan is consistent with the New Bern Station area plan, and we are likely going to be starting the commercial closer to South Boulevard, as Jamie mentioned. This is the plan. There's a lot of detail in the zoning, rezoning plan as well in the staff analysis, but just hit the highlights. Again, the development likely first in this commercial area here with the new Harris Teeter store in this location. And we'll be also providing for a lot of detail as we go forward into the project. Let me move forward to the retail as we talked about. This is the elevation for the corner there at Poindexter and South Boulevard. A lot of pedestrian activity, entrance onto the street, something that'll be very exciting for the community. We've gotten tremendous positive response. This is a elevation along one of the retail buildings on South Boulevard, potentially for an upstairs dining area that would look out over the downtown to the tremendous views there. Kind of giving a little flavor, though, of the rest of the project. We've got the opportunity. First of all, it will occur over time. This is a long phase development. It'll be over an 8 to 10 year period, starting with the retail on the front. The rest of the development, if we talk about some of the other areas, as Ms. Keplinger indicated, most of the higher intensity multifamily will be in this location, which is within close proximity of the transit corridor and away from the single family residential on the boundary. A lot of care has been had to try to do our best to create within the existing streetscape network commitments with regard to the height as well as the distance from the existing residential communities nearby. For example, in this location here, and I think one of the speakers may talk about this, we are going to have buildings that would be no closer than 30 feet from the boundary, more likely farther than that, and no taller than 40 feet from the boundary. Under the existing zoning of R8, the buildings could be as high as 35 feet and 20 feet from the boundary. We also do have the reserve the right, because there's more room on this parcel, to be able to go taller to more of a little bit taller than that, as long as we're 100 feet from the boundary. In the meantime, there'll be an opaque fence, there'll be a buffer treatment, and those are the types of commitments we're making. If we go then, I do want to talk a little bit about where we stand on the petition. There's a lot of detail. We've had tremendous success, I think, with CDOT over the last several weeks. The plan that was submitted before the public hearing a month ago, we feel like is a very good plan, but we've made progress on additional detail, and we will work vigorously with the staff to resolve the issues, and are very confident in doing so. We've also had numerous meetings with Sedgefield's residential leadership, as well as a large community meeting with the Colonial Village neighborhood, as well as the Sedgefield community. We really appreciate your attention to this rezoning. This is an important development within the heart of their community, and we really thank them for their time and energy. And we will continue to work hard. We've made a number of changes to the plan as a result of planning staff, as well as the community involvement, reducing the number of units, designating locations where we would have only a certain number of units for the residential, commitments on the number of parking in the UR area, strong pedestrian features on South Boulevard. Transportation-wise, this doesn't show you a lot, but we've been talking, we probably had a combination between planning and transportation, well over 10 very detailed meetings, and we continue to have those. We've worked very much with Mike Davis and Mr. Rory, and we thank them. We have gotten a number of pedestrian improvements and turn lane improvements that are reflected here and are going to be incorporated into the zoning plan as well. I do want to address one of the issues that I think led to the staff's position for the public hearing with regard to their position, and that's the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools memorandum. And in the material we provided to you, we provided a response. We've had discussions with CMS to outline, in our view, their calculation and their formula for the use for number of children who would be generated from this development. We just have to tell you very directly, grossly exaggerates the number of residents, and I'll tell you how. It uses a formula that we believe is probably the worst-case scenario for an apartment community within a broader district that has significantly more two-bedroom and three-bedroom units than what we will end up having here. That formula creates what we think is almost 3 times the number of number of students versus the formula that we've seen for other consistent projects like this. We're going to continue to have discussions with CMS, but we wanted to point that out. In addition, this is an 8 to 10 year development plan. And we understand, but the memorandum that CMS calls for really does not talk about how development will occur over time. There'll be a lot more one-bedroom units than 3 bedrooms, very few 3-bedroom units, which we're really comparing apples and oranges. Be happy to entertain further questions on that, but we wanted to make sure that the council was aware of that. Thank you very much. We're happy to answer questions.
I understand we had 2 other speakers, Mr. Peterson and Mr. Dewey, but we're out of time. Were they?
No,
gonna use
they
any
were
of their time?
with us, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Fine. Let's see if we have any questions from council. Councilmember Fallon.
Yeah. How many apartments are you tearing down and replacing immediately?
We will talk a little bit about that. The total number of residential homes now is a little over 300. The total that we would be building over this 8 to 10 year period would be 980. Immediately, what has already occurred in anticipation of the development on the front of the site, there are 20 apartment homes within one of the buildings on the first phase. Those apartment residents, and I'll ask Keith McVeigh if he could to hand out a little relocation resident relations piece. But to answer your question, Councilmember Fallon, of that first building, of those 20, each one of them were giving about 6 months' notice of the fact that the first phase would be coming.
What I'm asking you
And they
is within the first, say, year or 2, how many apartments are you replacing and taking down? How many are you taking down and replacing?
I guess we can give an estimate to that in terms of the first year. Again, it's going to take about a year before a lot of the development will occur on the residential. Ken, you want to talk about that?
In the first year, it's just the commercial, and that's the 20 apartments that Jeff
When you start the apartment, just 20?
in the first year, it's just the retail and the commercial.
And the second year?
The second year, I mean, the first,
What I'm
when
trying
we
to
first
get
start,
at
when we
is
first start
you're gonna do
replacing apartments.
You're going to do 980 apartments, which is a tremendous amount of apartments, and who knows if we'll need them in 10 years. And the point in fact is, how many are you going to tear down to build? Are you going to build a lot more than what you're taking away is what I'm asking you.
Yes, for the entire community, there are 303 there today, and the 980 is
So
what we'll
you're
be building.
tripling it.
Yes.
Holy cow.
A number of units will be built over a long period of time. The first will be the commercial. And of those individuals, in the piece that we're handing out, all those individuals, many of those individuals have elected to stay within the community. We'll point out that the density that we're talking about on the number of residential units over this 8 to 10 year period is also consistent with the community plan. And we will be providing for a lot of sensitivity and efforts with the residents in the community, many of whom have known the Marsh family for many, many years.
But if it's consistent with the plan, they're not approving the plan.
We're very optimistic that with the efforts we've made in the last several weeks since the plan that was submitted a month ago, that we will be in a good position with the staff on this. And they've acknowledged the plan consistency as well. So thanks for your questions, though, Ms. Fallon.
I want to ask a follow-up question that I thought was where Councilmember was going. Maybe it was, but if not, it is a related question to hers. So let me take you to a different place, and then that'll help you frame the question I want to ask. Is so we go over to Morningside Drive and Commonwealth Avenue, where we had a rezoning petition for a very large area that was occupied by older structures, and it was to be developed in phases. And what we had happen over there was that all of the existing houses were taken down at the same time. And we're still waiting on the first phase of replacement housing. So I think the question here is, are we going to have all of the existing housing demolished at one time and then the phases coming in, or are you going to demolish in phases as well?
No, I thank you very much, Mayor. That's exactly what the
that what
point
you
we
were
would like to
asking?
make,
That's what I'm trying to get at.
for
All right.
clarity.
I thought
This
that
will
was the
be,
case.
the benefit we have here is with the Marsh family owning the property now and being the property that has relationships with the residents. As this is built over time and buildings are taking out to be replaced, this will be a slow, steady phase development as opposed to it all going out at one time. It'll take, again, over an 8 to 10-year period for all of the residential to be replaced.
Well, I understand, but the question is, will the demolition of the existing houses be phased? I know the new development will be.
Yes, it will. The demolition will be definitely phased, very
Okay.
much.
I think that was your question, right?
Yeah, because I want to make sure that you just don't take it all down and then decide to build it all at the same time.
The demolition and the entire development will be phased on much more of a development area and building by building basis than the example that the mayor made on Morningside. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry for the
Councilmember Kinsey.
Thank you.
confusion on my part.
This was a question I asked the developers, and they are offering within the complex additional housing for those that are displaced. So they're not throwing anyone out. That was my question, and I knew that there would be concern on council about that. And with all due respect, it is a little different from the Morningside because Morningside got hit during the recession and didn't get anything done for a while. But my understanding is, just correct me if I'm wrong, the whole project is phased. You're not going in and tearing everything down. And the units that you tear down, those individuals will be given the right to stay within the complex, within the property.
That's correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Smith.
Quick question regarding the development of the retail space. What's the footprint of the Harris Teeter?
The footprint of Harris Teeter in terms of the total square footage,
Yeah.
about 53,000.
Okay, so that's almost half your retail space is dedicated towards that. Other quick question, Tammy, you made a comment earlier about staff's not been on board, but that was related to the transportation issue, correct? It was not, or was that related to the proposed use? I understood it to be that it was particularly to the connectivity. I'm not making myself clear. You said earlier that the staff was recommending not to approve it.
Right,
And I think you subsequently said it was due to transportation and CMS.
and design,
And the what?
design
Okay.
issues, right.
They're currently working on the
Yes.
transportation, which, in my quick reading, is more to do with connectivity. Is that?
I don't know for sure. That would be a good question for Mike Davis. But in terms of design, we are working with them on those issues also. So I think Mike and his team have been working with them, and hopefully they will have all of their issues resolved by the time that the new site plan is submitted.
Okay.
Councilmember Phipps.
Yeah, wanted to talk, this question is Mr. Brown. You indicated that in your discussions with CMS, and you indicated here that their projections for student enrollment were overstated. In your discussions with CMS, and did they concur with your analysis of student impact?
We've had discussions with CMS on how they've calculated it. We've also provided information and had discussions with how we've calculated it. We have not had a response back to them in terms of the discrepancy at this point.
Okay.
We hope to have a meeting this week on that, but thank you, though,
Okay,
for the question.
Councilmember Howard.
Tammy, I can't remember the last time staff recommended to get something because of CMS. When was the last time that happened? That's not something you commonly do. Is there something about this one that made this one stand out so much?
That we recommended against something because of CMS. Well, there are other issues, like I stated earlier, that there are transportation issues and design issues on this site also. One of our outstanding comments was that the petitioner does need to get with CMS and talk to them about the numbers that were.
So talk to, that's not part of one, that's not something that you guys are basing your recommendation on right now. You just want to make sure they're talking to them.
No, it is not part of our recommendation based on CMS.
Anything else with petitioner? Councilman Jackson.
Just quickly, when you say you will relocate people to a new apartment, does that mean that as vacancies come up with the existing properties, that you'll hold those and make them available to people who are being relocated?
We provided, Keith just handed this out, but in our retail development, which is occurring first, or would occur first pending approval, there are 20 apartments. When we, in November, we stopped leasing, so there were 5 vacant. In April, when we gave notification, there were 15. 11 of those have already relocated in our community. 4 chose to move somewhere else, and we've got 1 we're still working with.
Have residents said anything about the fact that this plan means that there will be some kind of construction going on in the area for the next 8 to 10 years?
Apartment residents or neighbors?
The neighbors, just the people in the area.
Well, I think the residents recognize this is it's a big endeavor. It's a 60-acre site. The construction will be going in portions. It won't all be happening in one area at the same time, but it will take place over time, in part for the very phasing reasons we've been talking about, market-driven, as well as making sure that the project doesn't come out all at once. That includes the street network and the trees as well. So all the streets won't go in at one time. So the disruption to individual pockets, while it will take place all over time, individual pockets won't be as disrupted as you might think in terms of a project that would happen that everybody feels the impact of.
Thank you.
Councilman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. I noticed there were a number of small businesses along there. Are those now gone? They're still there? And will they have the opportunity to come back? How do we treat them like your residents?
So we've had one that did relocate because there are 2 retail centers there. We've had one that's relocated into the second one. A few of those have moved out. There are 3 or 4 that are still operating that will relocate. I think George Dewey's here. He could tell you that our emphasis on the small shop space, in addition to the Harris Teeter, is on local. We've said that. We've communicated that to the neighbors because that's been something that's been a point of conversation throughout our planning.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Phipps.
Yeah, Ms. Keplinger, I'm trying to remember, of course, I haven't, my time on the Planning Commission and on council. I don't recall any time that we've ever tried to look at a project that is going to have a build-out for such a long time. It's like 10 years. Can you recall any time, is this a precedent? I mean, have we ever done any projects with a 10-year time horizon associated with it?
Oh, absolutely. Sanctuary, Palisades, Bearwick, there are a number of them that have long-term build-outs.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, with that, we'll turn now and hear from those against the petition. And again, I have 3 people, Gene Woolsey, Deborah Robinson, and Stan Peterson. You have 10 minutes among you.
I like that.
Now, I don't see there's a Stan. Okay.
And one of our board members who had signed up was left off the list, so I'd love to be able to cede the podium to her as well, Katie Zender, who is our secretary.
You can do that, but again, that won't
It'll
increase the
shorten our
time.
time.
It's still only 10 minutes among the
Absolutely.
group of you. Okay.
Perfect. I am Debbie Robinson. I'm the president of the Sedgefield Neighborhood Association, joined by Katie Zender, our secretary, Jeannie Woosley, our vice president. We appreciate the opportunity to be before you tonight and talk about our perspective on this project. Sedgefield's seen amazing growth over the past 10 years. In fact, we were just recognized as one of the hot neighborhoods in the country. We'd love to be able to protect that. We want to be able to continue to improve our neighborhood, manage the quality of life, and keep it growing to attract more new families. And we think that the Marsh folks have done a great job in working with the community, in talking to us, letting us share our opinion, and taking that feedback and making some adjustments in their plan. And we think that that's a great start. But we come here today as opposed to this project because we feel like there are still questions to be answered, primarily traffic and what it means to add 980 apartments to our community, what it means for the walkability and how we get around from a pedestrian standpoint, what it means for the schools, and also 10 years of construction. We are facing another big development in our neighborhood on Marsh Road for CHA, for a seniors complex, which will add another 90 units. So we want to look at this all together, And as we've worked with city planning, CDOT, Patsy Kinsey, and other folks, we want to make sure that we're all looking at this as a bigger project than just Marsh Properties, but what it means to the entire neighborhood in terms of how we incorporate all this growth into one fairly small footprint. And I'd like to turn it over to Katie and Jeannie to talk a little bit about some of those points.
So I wanted to talk about impact and details. Currently, as Jamie told you, Marsh Properties has 303 rental units. The proposal before us now is more than 3 times that number, at a minimum of 980 units with an optional up to 1,050. Our neighborhood, and this is based on quality of life studies, have right now 1,750 housing units. Out of that, there's only 700 single-family homes. So what happens? Our single family becomes overwhelmed by rental units. Is that okay or not okay? Don't know, but we're very concerned. Our current population is just under 3,000 people. This will increase our population by at least 1/3 and likely more than that, but we don't know how much. Due to the scope and the time frame, we're lacking in details about unit sizes, number of residents, a lot of details missing for us so far. But we do know that no matter what, this project means more cars, more congestion, and more kids in our schools. Marsh's own traffic study expects the development to generate about 3 times the number of peak hour trips, both morning and afternoon, and that doesn't even begin to count the huge amount of projects that are across South Boulevard along the light rail line. If you take 5 of the new ones together, that's almost 1,400 new units basically across the street. So that's another 1,400 people, 1,400 cars, and they're not just on South Boulevard. They're going to go through our neighborhood, of course, to get to other parts of the city. The numbers get scary for us. We're looking at more than a couple thousand additional people in cars in about a half a mile distance. And so it's hard. I know it's a long-term project. It's hard for us to fathom the changes that this will bring and how you preserve a neighborhood that basically becomes a rental community. In the positive side, I do want to say we've had a fantastic experience working with city departments and city people. They've been excellent, and the Marsh team has worked with us really well over the last few months, listening to concerns and making adjustments to their plans. And we also, of course, know Marsh has been a good neighbor to us in these past years. But we currently oppose the rezoning. There's so many details that we would like confirmed prior to an approval. And one of them is just to see a revised site map that has final conditional notes, and knowing that planning staff has confirmed that all the negotiations are complete.
While we're talking about an 8 to 10 year project, we're all charged with playing the tape to the end right here and right now for what our city's going to look like. Pedestrian safety is a key issue for everyone involved in South End. We filed a formal petition today with CDOT to have the sidewalk redone on Marsh Road from South Boulevard to Riston. That is the only portion of Marsh that does not have a sidewalk on both sides. And we're also requesting a bike lane from South Boulevard all the way down Marsh to Park Road. Scott Curry of CDOT was kind enough to generate his time and go on a walking meeting with us down Marsh. He has personally seen the crumbling concrete on the sidewalk, how frightening it is to walk directly next to such a busy road, and how woefully inadequate the current sidewalk is, especially for such a corridor of pedestrian and bike activity directly into South End. We don't believe that Marsh Property should have to pay for the repair of this crumbling infrastructure on Marsh Road. The city invests millions of dollars every single year in attracting and retaining businesses to our city. Why isn't that approach being used with the developers? Maybe give them tax incentives, work on a fee-based program so that as they've got the surveyors, the concrete trucks, the laymen out there currently working at the end of Marsh, do the sidewalk repairs and give us the bike lanes that we request. Everyone's talking about a pedestrian safety. Let's start here. We understand that the land acquisition in order to do the proper sidewalk on Marsh from South to Riston, the land acquisition cost is great. I have 3 suggestions to overcome that. One, get the homeowners to donate the land. I will assist you in that process. Two, when a building permit is requested, get an easement put into that building permit that says that there will be a new sidewalk at some point in time, and you already have that land. And third and finally, give the homeowner a tax credit. For example, if they pay $3,000 a year in city property taxes and you value the land at $6,000, give the homeowner a credit for 2 years of taxes. I don't think Mecklenburg County will grind to a halt with the lack of that small amount of revenue. The challenges facing us on the South Boulevard corridor are massive. And what we need to do is throw away conventional methods for approaching these problems because they are not working. We need to not only think outside the box, we need to stand on the box and come up with new ideas so that we can achieve good to great in the South End corridor. And let's start on Marsh Road. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name's Stan Patterson. I am
Sorry,
building.
Stan, they had you down as Peter.
That's quite all right, no problem. I live at 2850. I'm building a house at 2858 Dorchester, which is at the area J, which is the furthest area away from South Boulevard. I bought a property that they want to move the height restriction from 40 feet to 50 feet. And I would just mention to you, this is roughly 100 feet across this room here, and they would, at the end of this room would be a 50-foot structure. And I just would ask you to think about what that would be like to back up with your, single-family home to a structure that's 50 feet tall. On either side of Area J, it's a 40-foot restriction. I understand it's a little bit deeper in that particular Area J than the other two, but it still seems like it's an overkill of the height. Currently, the lots in Area J, there are like 7 lots. There are 14 to 15 units within those 7 lots. The petition would take it to 72 units. From 14 to 15 to 72 units. I think that what I would like to advise is to do away with the language pertaining to the 100-foot backup of J and just make, if there is going to be the 40-foot restriction that's in I and K, which are on either side of J, that J be held to the same height restriction. And I hope I'm somewhat clear in those comments. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Councilmember Smith, Councilmember Laws.
I've got a question for staff and for the neighbors, and sort of a statement as well, is, we promote the blue line, and the growth of the blue line was in order to help have design and growth along the South Boulevard corridor. As you look at the old Sedgefield Shopping Center and you look at those old apartments, if this zoning's not approved, what do the neighbors want? Because you go up and down South Boulevard, there's still some areas on, I guess, the eastern border that look reasonably dilapidated and don't look like the gateway to a neighborhood that would be all that appealing. So I'm just curious, if you don't get this, and they're left with a property that they're not able to rezone, what do you want?
Tammy, do you want to answer that, or can I?
I believe. Well, I have a question for Tammy. I'm curious from
Okay, no, I appreciate
from y'all's
that.
perspective, because that's the.
We are not, I know we have to speak either for or against the project. We're truly not against it. We're against it at the moment until there's more concrete detail.
Okay.
But I did want to address the light rail. There's a couple of issues with the project in general. The light rail, everything about the light rail, originally, the vision was 5 corridors. And you could get on light rail and get out to the airport, go north to Mooresville, go down to Pineville, go out to UNCC, and go out Independence. That vision has pretty much ended. We'll end up with 2 lines.
Well, we could talk about that a little bit more tonight, but we won't. We promise you, we not end it.
That, well, good, because we very much support it, but right now, unless you work uptown, the light rail doesn't get you anywhere. So the whole idea of less cars isn't a reality, at least today and probably not 10 years from now. So that's one issue. Another one is parking. The current regulations really don't allow for enough parking that it is attached to these developments. And again, that goes back to the fact that light rail isn't fulfilling the dream that we all hope for. Are we against the project? No. We want it. Our dream was a deferral until there was really enough time to clarify so many details.
One bit of advice, always be careful what you wish for, because you could end up with a dilapidated shopping center and units that are no longer feasible to invest in. And so just be careful what you wish for. Second, Tammy, I have a quick question for you regarding density. I don't think I heard much about density. Is the proposed project within the, accept the density for our new zoning district over there?
It actually is. When you look at the property, a lot of it is within the, go back to my notes, Mr. Smith. A lot of it is within the transit station area. So the density there, we're looking for higher density residential. The area that would be in question is more of the area to the rear that is not within the half-mile or the quarter-mile walk of a station. When we calculated this density, it's close to 18 units per acre, and the plan recommends 17. So it's right in target.
Well, I did not mean to sound curt with y'all. It's just as you look up and down South Boulevard, landowners get to a point where it's not necessarily feasible to reinvest large sums of money into a project. And so I just want to, trying to get clarification what y'all's vision may be, and that if it is possibly defeated, that you may end up with something that's not as nice. So.
Councilman Lyles?
Thank you for all the comments and clarifications on where you're positioning. I think this is first, Mr. Brown knows that one of the first things that we had was a rezoning that came to me as a new council member. And during that first rezoning for I think it was maybe 100 units, we spent weeks and weeks on design and commitment and conditions. And so, Tammy, I'm just concerned about where do we stand in that we've heard we're willing to work on this, and yet we're looking at it today to have the public hearing. So I'm just wondering what has gone on that we're not able to bring a more defined, agreed-upon project between the staff and the petitioner?
I think the petitioner has worked very, very diligently with staff, as they have with the neighbors. As we see with most of our rezonings, we have some outstanding issues when we come to the public hearing process. The larger the development, more than likely the larger number of outstanding issues that we have. The petitioner has, as per our process, till 12 noon on Friday to submit a revised site plan for us to review that addresses these issues. If they don't, then there are several options that they can ask for a deferral at the zoning committee level. The zoning committee can just defer them if they feel they're not ready to move on. And all throughout this process, the citizens still have the opportunity for input, because they can still talk to staff and they can still talk to the zoning committee and additionally to the council. So the goal is, by the time we get back to the city council for a decision, is that we do have a final site plan that has all of those issues and all of the I's dotted and the T's crossed.
So we've been getting emails, a number of us, I would expect, about this petition, and I wanted to cover some of those comments while we're on television. One of the questions has been around the idea of it being a 10-year rezoning and how long that rezoning remains in place. And I heard you mention when Mr. Howard asked, were there 10-year rezoning requests for development? Is that something that we've done on infill development inside of our inner city? Is it typical there?
I would say that it is a little more atypical because we don't have as the 60 acres of land, large areas of land that are developable or going under development. But we have had some. I mean, it's not unheard of for us to have that.
I have a couple of other things around the transportation and traffic issue. I went over to the South End neighborhood meeting where they were talking about walkability and mobility and safety and pedestrian safety. In that meeting, and I think we talked about it among ourselves as a council around the idea around how do we do things like this. So one of the questions that I have is I've seen the sidewalk designs and layout that was submitted by the petitioner, but I wonder if that is done in a way that reviews it in terms of what we can do for safety and mobility, particularly around the South Boulevard area where we're doing that retail. We've got parking lots and we've got a number of things there. I was told, and this may not be accurate, that we now have approximately 7,000 people projected to live along the rail line in the South End area. This would increase it by some number, again, and yet we still have South Boulevard with very little ability to cross the train. I'm just a little bit concerned about the walkability and mobility. I also think this is an opportunity for us to build bike lanes. It may not be something that we're required to do, but I wonder if there's an opportunity for that. But more importantly, I'm worried about pedestrian safety.
Okay. So what I would suggest as a way to sort of break this up and think about it is there's three geographies that we may want to consider these. One is South Boulevard itself. One is, the second would be what's happening internal to the site. And the third is the existing single family that's not really part of the site, but has streets that connect with it. And so if we start with South Boulevard, agreed that one of the, probably the biggest challenge we are facing is our own success in terms of the vitality of the area, and it is creating pedestrians, and the challenge is now, how do we cross them all along South Boulevard, but particularly from this point north through South End. And so there are some tools that we have in our toolkit to help with that. Part of it's traffic calming and speed moderation, some of which happens when we're able to signalize intersections, as we've done recently, like South Boulevard and Carson. Around this area, we've got some existing signalized intersections that are nearby that will help pedestrians cross South Boulevard to get to the light rail platform. Where there are not, and where their distances get to be a little bit too long, we're asking the petitioner, and they've agreed, this is an example of the type of thing we'll want to see get onto a site plan, but the design would involve pedestrian refuge treatments that can happen on South Boulevard that can occur between the signals. The quality of the walking and biking environment along South Boulevard can get much better in terms of the implementation of the adopted streetscape plan for South Boulevard, which does include bike lanes. Some of that can't happen until more development and investment occurs. Internal to the site, the streets that are being built do have large planting strips and sidewalks, consistent with what you'd expect out of new development, and we're getting, we think, what we think is appropriate for the site itself. And then that last category is sort of how does that relate to the existing neighborhood? And I think what a lot of this is great to see, by the way, because this shows a lot of community support for things that sometimes people aren't always interested in, but getting existing substandard sidewalks, those that are at back of curb that were built probably at 4 feet wide when we might want like 6 feet in some cases. The challenge is how do we get those improved upon? We agree they are off-site from this. They're internal to the neighborhood. It's not something we've sought for the developer to improve upon, and will need to be something that the city would take up at some point as an infrastructure improvement.
And then my final request is from the staff. I'd like to see what we have currently on the ground compared to what's being proposed for build. And I know we have the maps and we have all of that, but it would be particularly helpful for me, retail, commercial space comparisons, apartments, number of bedroom or units, people. We've talked about 303 current apartments, 980 new. We've talked about 700 single family compared to what, 3,000 in population compared to what. And I would not want to ignore the schools. It's, when you look at that data that was suggested, it says Sedgeville Elementary School has an enrollment this year of 407, and the built classrooms, additional students as a result of this development would be, without mobiles, 580. kids in just the elementary school, and the numbers really increased for Myers Park High School. I know that you're willing to have a conversation, but I think this is a staff responsibility to get the appropriate information and reconcile between what's going on by the petitioner and the school system. This is a big impact upon a very limited resource area that we have. So I'd like to see just what do we have now and what are we going to in this project in a number of indexes, okay? And be glad to call you with more. Thank you, Tammy.
If there's nothing else, we'll go back. The petitioner has a 2-minute rebuttal. Okay?
Oh, can I say something else?
Oh, of course.
Stan, I wanted to just say Stan and I are having our
Yeah.
40th class reunion this year, and I wanted to say I appreciate that. Good to see you.
Thank you very much. I think I'll lead with the statement that despite the desire for greater detail and our efforts and our desire to continue working on this, we appreciate the fact that the residents' sentiment is that I think they like the development. And we will commit to do everything we can on the details that have been discussed tonight. I can assure you that. We will work with the staff, CDOT, and the residents to make sure they feel comfortable, as I think they have in the way we've handled this thus far, in the level of detail that they can see on this plan. One thing I did want to mention, we had a choice. We could have gone and zoned just the South Boulevard portion. We believe strongly, and I think the staff would say as well, that to implement community plans, it's so much better to do a master plan, and that's what we're involved in. But doing a master plan, particularly with a smaller development company, they're not a national development company, it does require it to be phased over time. We think there's some benefits of that phasing over time. We think it's also beneficial that the community knows what's happening throughout the plan rather than just South Boulevard and then over time, other zonings coming in more of a piecemeal. With Mr. Patterson, we look forward to talking further with him about his concern about the height within the 100 feet, and we will do that. And again, as to the transportation traffic, we've had a very detailed transportation memo that was submitted. I believe CDOT will be providing further follow-up and is comfortable with the macro issues. We're dealing with a lot of the design details, but I can assure you to council, it is a complicated project. It is a project that has great consistency with the community plan, a lot of detail, and we will make sure we get that detail worked out, and we're confident we can come to a positive resolution. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Howard, and then Councilmember Kinsey.
Thank you, everybody. A couple of questions for staff. So for the streets, we heard the neighbors, and they have those great signs, some of the more creative signs I've seen since I've been down here, about pedestrian safety and just the walkability of the neighborhood. So the way I look at this map, I see a lot of streets that will be fronted on development on both sides, Pondexter being one of the longest. How much work are you asking the petitioner to do on those streets?
On the existing local streets?
Yes.
A lot of the infrastructure that's there in terms of the local streets are, of course, streets that have already been built. And so I think what this amounts to is, in those examples, primarily just reconstruction of sidewalks. I know this plan goes to great lengths to try to save trees, and that is having an influence on how we design those streets. But it's basically keeping the curb lines the same and reconstructing sidewalks.
So you're staying with the curb lines, but behind the curb, you're still asking them where they can do the setback of the sidewalk where it may be on the street now.
Yes, that's true.
Are you able to get bike lanes in at all while you're doing any of that?
We would not seek bike lanes on low-volume local street roads. We think that would be inappropriate. The idea would be in lower speed, lower volumes, it's actually better to be in mixed traffic. I'm guessing what some of this may be about is about Marsh Road in particular,
Sure.
which has some higher volumes and is not part of what is in the confines of this site plan.
Oh, no. My very next note is the fact that I just want to make sure my colleagues heard their residents. I think what I heard is there was some city petitioning more than it was about the petitioner. And it was asking us to spend some money over in the neighborhood is what it was. So we separate kind of what we heard. It wasn't so much whether or not the petitioner was going to do it. It was, why they're doing this, y'all should come spend some money and make it really nice, is what I heard. I thought I heard that. And where some of these streets are redeveloping, the urban street guidelines kick in.
Yes.
So I mean, we're going to get exactly what our policy would call for, where we can get it in these internal streets.
Yes.
CMS, I'll be real careful about how I say this one, because I know this is a sensitive one. The reason why I'm not saying we discount CMS numbers, but CMS and kids and populations and all that kind of move around. They redraw lines, they have capacity in schools. So it's not that I discount it, I just know that they have capacity. It just may not be at these, but they can move things around and make it work. Now, where we can not have as big an impact on that, I guess we should try. But I mean, that's why I didn't mean to discount CMS earlier. I just wanted to explain that over the time of sitting here and sitting back there, I've seen how CMS can get creative. And I know they'll get creative on this one too. The last thing I'll say is that I've sat here for about 5 years and I sat back there for about 6. And a lot of that, during that time, we developed a lot of these policies around these stations. This plan actually does exactly what we asked them to do around stations, including getting the bonus point of having a grocery store in the areas where we need a grocery store. So for that reason, I really like the plan. I like the density. I think we need to work on some of those things that I heard. Like, I'm not understanding, Jeff, what's your classmate's name? Stan pointed out that you guys are asking for high density around J, and I'm not sure I understand that. I'm not sure why it's not consistent all the way through. So I'd like some feedback on that one, Jeff. Maybe not tonight, but if you could, help me to understand that one. And that's all I got.
Councilmember Kinsey.
Well, he stole my thunder, really, because what I was going to say was, I think the neighbors had a message for the city.
It was for us.
And we've heard it. Now we've just hopefully got to do something about it.
Mike is the guy to talk to about your money too, by the way.
Anyone else? Okay, I'll take a motion to close the hearing, but before I do that, Ms. Kepler, I'll have a question for you, just a general question, and I'll take the answer offline, not tonight. So I'm looking here at been studying the transit station area plan, and this area is actually outside the transit corridor. It's in something that you guys are calling a wedge. You call a neighborhood a wedge. That doesn't sound real nice. What in the...
Mr. Mayor, they call our neighborhood a wedge.
I know, and I don't like it. So I want to understand this whole concept of, I know it's not a piece of iceberg lettuce, but it really doesn't inform very well. It doesn't communicate anything. It doesn't tell anybody anything. And so when we're trying to make decisions about real property and real lives, you know, meaningless words really aren't very helpful. So offline at a later date, I want to understand what a wedge is when you label a neighborhood that way. I'll help you with it. Thanks. I'll take a motion to close the hearing.
Motion to close.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Somebody in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those no, the ayes have it. And that moves us then to the next item, which is petition number 2014-076 by North Lake Health Investors, LLC, for a change in zoning for approximately 6.94 acres located on the east side of Reams Road between Bayview Parkway and Finn Hall Avenue from R3 single family residential to institutional conditional. And I have signed up 3 speakers in favor of the petition, no one against it. So after we hear a brief staff presentation, I have Keith McVeigh, Chuck White, and Hunter Trefzer, who will have 3 minutes to allocate among you. Ms. Keplinger, you're up.
Mr. Mayor, would we like to come back to item 24 after this one?
I'm sorry, I thought that one was deferred. I had it marked in my book as deferred.
No, sir.
We've opened the hearing on this one, so let's go ahead with it. We'll come back to that one, but it was marked in my book as deferred.
Very well.
So go ahead, please.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry, I have to get my notes together now, I apologize. This property is located on Reams Road. It is just south of Perimeter Parkway. It is currently zoned R3 Single Family Residential. You can tell from the aerial that this property was, at one time, had a large institutional building on it, which was a nursing home, and it has been vacant for some time. In terms of the adjacent properties, let's go back to the zoning map, and you can see there's a lot of multifamily surrounding this site, and then some single family out to beyond the multifamily. And you can see the beginning of the commercial center that's at North Lake Mall area. The institutional site that is immediately to the northwest of this property was actually rezoned for a daycare. In terms of the land use, you can see how the property, again, has the existing facility that has been abandoned. Across the street is the development of a multifamily development for 240 units, is 7.9 dwelling units per acre. In terms of the request, it's single-family residential to institutional conditional for about 24,000 square foot depending living facility with 50 beds. The maximum building height would be 2 stories and 40 feet. There are specifications on the building materials, and they are providing a cat's waiting pad and a pedestrian refuge island for the development. In terms of elevations, this is what we would see along Reams Road, left side, right side, and then the rear of the building. In terms of the adopted future land use plans, most of the time on the institutional rezoning request, I tell you that our plans don't tell us where institutional zoning should go. But in this case, the North Lake Area Plan actually recommends institutional land uses for this property. So in terms of this rezoning, the request is consistent with the North Lake Area Plan. We have several outstanding issues that are technical in nature, but once those are resolved, we are recommending approval.
Questions for staff? If not,
I have one.
I'm sorry, Mr. Phipps has one.
Does this, the dependent facility, does this require a certificate of need?
That's a question that the petitioner may be able to answer. That is something that our department's not involved with.
I think we got the question out there, and I'm sure you'll get an answer. Okay? Anybody else? If not, Mr. McVeigh?
Thank you, Mayor.
And you and your co-speakers have 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, member of the Zoning Committee. Jeff Brown and I of our firm and I are assisting North Lake Health investors with this rezoning petition. We're pleased that the Planning Department is recommending approval of this petition upon resolution of the outstanding issues. I want to thank them also for their assistance with the petition. We will work with them, as Tammy mentioned, to resolve the very minor issues that are listed in the staff analysis. As Tammy mentioned, the petition is consistent with the North Lake Area Plan, predominantly because the site was at one time an operating dependent living facility. The current owners bought that. They have closed it. There is a certificate of need that is needed for development of a nursing home or dependent living facility. This is because there was one there. Those certificates are available, and we're actually coming back with the same number of beds as was in the facility that was previously operating on the site, which was a non-conforming use, a legally non-conforming use. The site was actually zoned R3. Nursing homes were not allowed in that zoning category, or no longer allowed in that zoning category. We did have a very well-attended community meeting of a good a lot of representatives. Trying to go too fast, from Bahama Park and Havana Park neighborhoods. They had several questions about the building elevations, and I'm sorry not going through my presentation here quickly, but area that, again, the site just south of North Lake Mall, existing facility that's on the site no longer operating. The site plan proposed for the facility, basically the building will sit exactly where the old facility sat, parking along the front, 40-foot setback, 38-foot Class C buffer. Pedestrian refuge island along Reams Road was asked by CDOT that we provide sidewalk connections from the building to the street. We did, as a result of the comments we heard at the community meeting, modify the building elevation to clarify that vinyl can only be used on windows and soffits, and added additional dormers and detail along the frontage of the building dormers and actually cupolas to the front of the building to enhance the streetscape treatment. And those were changes that we presented at the community meeting. We did receive, and I provided as part of the PowerPoint presentation that I handed out tonight, a letter of support from the Bahama Park and Havana Park neighborhoods. We appreciate that, and we appreciate working with them. It was, again, a very good community meeting with a lot of good questions, pointed questions about how the facility would be run, et cetera, and I think they were satisfied with those questions. Be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions for Mr. McBain? Councilman Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Mr. McVeigh, yes, it was very lively conversation. Mine is just more of a comment. I'm glad that we were able to address the articulation on the front. Yes. That was a major concern. Is there any concern about the volume of traffic that we have now on Reams Road and your residents at all? That was kind of what came out as well.
I don't, from the petitioner's perspective, no. Most of these folks that are at the facility are not, even though they can have a car, don't actually drive. Mm-hmm. So, and they'll be using the services to move them from one location to another. If they want to go for the mall or they need to go to a doctor, they'll have services.
I think the concern was more around walking and those types of things. Are these? Well, that came up in the meeting.
I do, you're correct. And one of the things that the site is fortunate to have is actually, because, as Tammy pointed out, there's been a lot of multifamily development and non-resident development on Reams Road. And actually, I think the city has done some work. There's actually sidewalks, fairly good wide sidewalks that lead from the site to the north and to some degree to the south. So there's good pedestrian access to the site, and there's also CAT service that serves the site, and then with the addition of the pedestrian refuge island, which will facilitate people crossing Reams Road, which is only 2-lane road, but again, the pedestrian refuge island will assist with that. We're comfortable with what the infrastructure that's in place, and we think will actually be a benefit to some of the residents that can walk or go to the mall by themselves.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Close.
Anyone else? If not, I have a motion from Councilmember Barnes to close the hearing, seconded by Councilmember Fallon. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We'll move now to petition 2014-72, and I'm sorry, I do have some remarks on the deferral, but we'll go back to it and open the public hearing on 2014-72 by Tony Feimster for a text amendment to the City of Charlotte zoning ordinance to allow cultural facilities as a use allowed by right in the I-1 Industrial District, the I-2 Industrial District, and the Urban Industrial District. And I have no speakers on the petition. So.
Motion closed.
Do you want to just hear the staff tell you what it does, please?
Yes, I believe you just handled my presentation. I think you just went over my presentation. This is to allow cultural facilities in the industrial districts. The definition of cultural districts or facilities, indoor and outdoor theater, excluding movie theaters, auditoriums, other buildings for use primarily for musical, dance, dramatic, or other performances, etc. Currently, these facilities are allowed in many of our zoning districts: institutional research office, neighborhood services, general business, all the way to the TOD districts, the transit-oriented development. They're also allowed in some of our urban districts, the urban residential and the mixed-use district. Staff is recommending approval of this petition. It is consistent with the Centers, Corridors, and Wedges Growth Framework, which has a goal to provide a range of choices of entertainment and employment. The staff is recommending approval.
Any questions? Yes, Councilmember Kinsey.
How was this text amendment initiated? Did someone come and
Yes,
the situation that needed to be addressed?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Feimster approached staff about this time last year with a cultural facility that he wanted to operate in a former warehouse. And we realized that these uses were not allowed in industrial districts, and this was a perfect opportunity for the reuse of an existing building that was not being used. So after thought, we decided that this would be an appropriate text amendment.
So I'm going to assume there are no unintended consequences.
We don't know.
None that we know of.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Close.
So, by Councilmember Howard, seconded by Councilmember Kinsey. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to thank staff about this to Tammy. And Tammy, thank you for personally staying with this one. We were trying to figure it out. He had done a lot of work in the warehouse already. And if you go to places up north, if you go to Atlanta, actually if you go to just bigger cities, you notice that they take a lot of warehouse areas and they convert it to cultural things like this. So it seemed like the right thing, and staff really went out of their way trying to figure it out, and this seemed to be the best way to accommodate it. So I just wanted to thank you, Tammy, and anybody else who helped you with this.
Another question.
Councilmember Phipps?
Yeah, so are you saying then that even in strip centers with big box vacant buildings that it could be potentially used as a cultural type thing?
They could already go there currently based on the neighborhood services or the commercial center districts. So this would just allow them in industrial districts.
Motion to close the hearing has been made and seconded. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. And that now moves us to petition number 2014-082 by Brookwood Capital Partners for a change in zoning for approximately 43.34 acres on the north side of Wilkinson Boulevard near the intersection of Old Dowd Road and Wilkinson Boulevard, rezone from R3, Lake Wiley Protected Area, residential, I-1, light industrial, and I-2, general industrial, Lake Wiley Protected Area, to all to I-2, general industrial conditional in the Lake Wiley Protected Area. I have one speaker signed up in favor of that, so we'll hear Ms. Keplinger, and then Mr. Fields, you will have 3 minutes on this petition.
As the mayor said, these properties are all located in the lower Lake Wiley Protected Area. They're located on the north side of Wilkinson Boulevard. The Catawba River is a little bit off the map over on this side. Current zonings are R3 single-family residential for this portion, I-1 for this section, which is light industrial, and then heavy general industrial for this area. In terms of the adjoining properties and zoning, there is a small little portion of residential manufactured housing that is located here, and some R3 to the north of the site. This R3 is all accessed off of Sam Wilson Road, so there's no access from Wilkinson from that section. You can see from the aerial, we have industrial development in this area along Wilkinson Boulevard. Again, the exception would be for the residential manufactured homes, which are located in this corner. One of the things that you can see in this aerial is that there is a Piedmont natural gas line that runs through the property. And this is a good demarcation of where the property will be developed. When you look at the site plan, which I'll show you in just a minute, there is no development back on this end of the property. It is all on this side of the site. So again, this is you have to turn your head a little bit, but this is the Piedmont natural gas line, and this is the area that would remain undeveloped. It's single-family residential, light industrial, and general industrial in the Lake Wiley Protected Area, and the request is to go to general industrial conditional. It will allow 43,000 square feet of industrial uses. There is a prohibition on certain heavy industrial uses. It restricts outdoor storage along the frontage of Wilkinson Boulevard within 100 feet. There's a maximum of 6 principal buildings that could be constructed, and there's a 100-foot Class A buffer for the residential uses in zoning. And as you recall, with the residential properties being in this area, there was actually an even larger buffer on the other side of that pipeline. When you look at the future land use map for this site, the Dixie Berry Hill identifies this as part of a transit-oriented community and recommends multifamily, retail, and mixed-use land uses. This was intended to provide a higher intensity of employment uses in this area. The request is inconsistent with the Dixie Berry Hill Strategic Plan recommendation, but the conditions have changed since that plan was adopted. At that time, there were plans for rapid transit along Wilkinson Boulevard, which we do not have currently. The use is consistent with the surrounding land uses, and it's appropriate for what is called a general corridor, which is defined in the Centers Corridors and Wedges growth framework. The outstanding issues are technical in nature, and staff is recommending approval.
Questions from Ms. Kepler? Okay, Mr. Fields.
As the former mayor used to say, and you don't have to use the entire 3 minutes.
You've already started using it.
I have. Let me introduce Lindsay Sewell, who's down here from Raleigh to join us tonight for the hearing. As Tammy said, this is a pretty straightforward petition. We're combining two industrial categories and a small piece of residentially zoned land for a new business park opportunity. There's a lot of stuff happening now on the west side. This is beyond city limit line, but it is in an area where there's a lot of growth along Wilkinson Boulevard. We received the staff's comments in the staff analysis. There's 2 or 3 things there we're going to have to spend a little time on between now and Friday with our revised plan, but we have a call in the morning to do that. Our access is to Wilkinson Boulevard. We do have a note on the plan that allows us to have some flexibility in where the driveways go. And that's because there's actually a piece of an acceleration lane on Wilkinson Boulevard from an intersection, a crossover to the east of us, and we're going to probably have to move our driveway to accommodate that. NCDOT has told us that once we get our plans together, they'll look at that and make some specific comments at that time. We had a pretty well-attended community meeting. There were a lot of questions about what was going on, but I think folks were generally satisfied with the plan. And as I said, we will respond to the few loose ends that we find in the staff analysis about our site plan and have that done by the time it gets to the zoning committee next week. I'll stop at this point with 1 minute and 30 seconds left, Mayor, and see if there are any questions.
Ms. Mayfield and Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm trying to get an idea of what exactly is being planned out here, because unfortunately, I missed this particular neighborhood meeting, so I haven't been able to hear what the concerns or what the questions were. So I want to get an idea of 2 things. One, what's the plan for this area, since I, along with staff, have a clear goal of what the expectation for the Wilkinson Boulevard on the area that's outside of the city limits as well as within the city limits look like. But also, I would like to get an idea what some of these outstanding concerns from those that were in attendance were. So what are we building?
Me to go first or Tammy to go first?
Yeah.
Okay. There were actually no issues that came out of our community meeting. Tammy, I don't know if you can put the aerial back up and how much we can see on that aerial. Ms. Mayfield, this site is just to the west of where Sam Wilson Road comes down from I-85 up here down to Wilkinson Boulevard. And we're just beyond the point where we can see there's an enormous industrial park that's been built here over the years. This is a very large facility that's been built recently. What we're proposing on this property is something that would be comparable, a business park, industrial park, the ability to have distribution, but also to have other types of tenants. Those uses are all focused towards Wilkinson Boulevard. As Tammy pointed out, the area in the back is almost 18 acres that's being permanently set aside as open space to create more than just your average 100-foot buffer type transition to the residential community to the north. This is an area which I think is going to start to see more and more development as the multimodal facility at the airport really starts picking up speed. I know there's a lot of activity and a lot of interest along some of the major corridors in the area. As Tammy said, when the Dixie-Berry Hill plan was done, there was a whole different future in mind, and that future has now moved on to other places. And so the city's reshuffling and rethinking, I think, how they look at a situation like this. This is an area where you can establish an industrial core that creates lots of jobs and lots of tax base without impacting any nearby residential communities. And so I think what we're trying to do here is build on the good development that's already taken place there. And that, I believe, will encourage other people to look at how they can redevelop their properties to higher value assets in the future. As you can see, there's land across the street, and there's land further to the west. Once you get past the next intersection, the topo starts going down to the river, and we're pretty much done at that point. But this is a very good area. It's got great accessibility. It's got great visibility. And the plan that we've got here, I think, has some very severe restrictions on uses. I mean, there's a lot of things that we can't do here. Tammy may want to address those. And if there's other things that people are concerned about, we can certainly look at adding those to the plan. But the technical issues here, I think several of the things that we see reflected in the staff analysis are, in fact, already on the plan. and one or two things we have to work out with some comments that we received from CDOT.
Tammy, can we go over just a quick idea of what the restrictions are of what can't go there?
Yes, ma'am, we sure can. The following uses are prohibited. Petroleum storage facilities, junkyards, medical waste disposal facilities, adult establishment, railroad freight yards, abattoirs, construction and demolition landfills is the principal use, demolition landfills, foundries, quarries, raceways or drag strips, and waste incinerators.
Thank you.
Anything further? I'm sorry, Mr. Howard?
Real quick, explain what you said, Tammy, earlier about reserving for transit. What was that about? I never knew that the west line went further than the airport. Did we have something else in mind back in '03 when you did the plan?
Back when the Dixie-Berry Hill plan was done, there was a proposal to have rapid transit along the Wilkinson corridor. But there's not a plan for that currently, so the land use has changed.
Motion to close.
Anything else? Councilmember Howard moves to close, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Debate. If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That closes the public hearing and moves us to petition number 2014-083 by Childress Klein Properties for a change in zoning for approximately 18.8 acres located on the southwest corner at the intersection of Johnston Road and Marvin Road to change from urban residential 2 conditional to urban residential 2 conditional site plan amendment. I have one speaker signed up to speak for the petition, Colin Brown. So Ms. Keplinger and Mr. Brown, if you come on down and be ready to go.
I'm going to be as brief as possible on this one for you. This is Marvin Road. This is Johnston Road. There's a rezoning for this property back in 2012 for the development of 281 multifamily units. In this area, it has not caught up with actually what's happening on the property, but they are actually starting to develop the 281 units. When they started looking at it, the site plan showed 12 garages in this location. The petitioner now wants to change those garages to garages with carriage houses. And we estimate that there will be about 9 garages and 4 carriage house units that are associated with them. And there's 2 different styles for those carriage house facilities. One will have a porte-cochere and one will not, so you can see the elevations of those 2. With the addition of these carriage houses, the petitioner will not increase the number of units on the site. It will still be 281 because they lost units on in another portion of the site. In terms of the land use plan, the South District, as amended by the 2012 rezoning, recommends residential up to 15 units per acre. The request is consistent with that recommendation. It's an amendment to an existing plan. There's no increase in the number of units, and our outstanding issues are technical in nature. Staff is recommending approval.
Any questions for staff? Mr. Brown, you're on.
Mr. Mayor, I think it's that straightforward. Unless you have questions, Fred Klein and I are here to answer them, but otherwise we'll let Tammy.
Move to close.
Most impressive presentation all evening. Thank you. Second. Brown. I have a motion to close as seconded from Councilmember Driggs. Any debate? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Have a good night.
No, stay, Colin, stay.
I got a question.
All right, that takes us now to petition number 2014-084 by 7th Street Progression Partners LLC for a change in zoning for approximately 1.5 acres located on the north side of East 7th Street between Clement Avenue and Pecan Avenue from B1 neighborhood business to MUD optional. And we've opened the hearing on that. Before we hear Ms. Keplinger do a presentation, let me tell you, I got a boatload of speakers on this one. So listen for your names and line up and get organized. I've got the following people signed up to speak in favor of the petition. You collectively will have 10 minutes. I have Adam Martin, Eric Davis, Melanie Sizemore, Nathan Doolittle, John Carmichael, Eric Speckman, Trip Beecham, Richard Petersheim, and Andy Vasavage. You got yourselves together? Okay. And I have the following people signed up to speak against the petition. You will collectively have 10 minutes. Kenneth Davies, Max Nicholson, and Stephen Adams. Did I miss anybody? Okay, the clerk doesn't have you, so I need to get your names.
I got my approval from what I did on email.
Well, that's okay, but I just don't have you on my list, so can I get you on the clerk's list? So I got you on my list. I'm sorry. I had a hunch we had one of you down on the wrong petition number. Joe, I think we had you on the wrong petition number, so that's why I was asking the clerk. So let's get that straight first. Before we start, I want to get my speaker straight.
Long Street is on there, Mayor.
Nope. But that's okay. Let's get them on now. So we got them now.
Maybe not been updated, because she is on my list.
She's on my list. I've got the list as of 6 p.m.
I got like Long Street.
Be number 12.
559.
I got the list as of 6 p.m. at the beginning of the meeting. So.
There's two 6
Yeah, they're two for one.
This is the problem. We have two speakers lists both times 6 p.m.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's take a little break. Let me get
That's the time of the meeting, not the list.
Ms. Mayor, you hold on. Yeah, no.
It was one of the Davis was talking.
We don't, this is in the county committee. No offense, no offense. To the county commission.
No, no. They're an excellent governing body.
Let's try this again. Let me read the following people who are speaking for, and tell me if I've missed anybody off of this list. Adam Martin, Eric Davis, Melanie Sizemore, Nathan Doolittle, John Carmichael, Eric Speckman, Trip Beecham, Richard Petersheim, and Andy Misavage. Are all of you the yes speakers, and did I miss anybody who's in the audience? Got it. Okay, now let me give you the speakers against off of this list and make sure I've got everybody on this one. Kenneth Davies, Max Nicholson, Lexi Longstreet, Pam Patterson, Joe Coakley, and did I just have didn't you have Mr. Louder?
Louder.
Jim Louder. Did I get everybody who's against? Okay, a group of you, yes, sir. Did we miss you?
Yes.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Stephen Adams, I gave him your name.
He's on the other list. Okay, so Stephen Adams, you're which way?
Against.
Against, okay. The group of you who are for who have 10 minutes together. The group of you who are against have 10 minutes together. Sorry for the confusion about the lists, all right? Did I miss anybody off of either one of these lists? All right, Tammy.
Yes, sir. All right, before I start the presentation, I will tell you that there is a protest petition that has been submitted on this case. The sufficiency is yet to be determined. We'll have that for you in time for the decision. The property is located on 7th Street, as the mayor indicated. You can see the big gray circle. It's a little bit hard to see on this map exactly where the property is located, but you can see it is in the Elizabeth neighborhood. There's a mix of zoning in the area, including business, office, multifamily, and residential. From the aerial, you can see that the proposed request encompasses a portion of an existing shopping center and is a residential structure. The remaining portion of the site is vacant. I'm going to review the site plan with you. The request is neighborhood business to office conditional and mixed-use development optional. The proposal is for 95 multifamily units with 2,100 square feet of residential amenity space and 750 square feet for a leasing office. The maximum building height is 40 feet adjacent to the single-family residential properties, and it expands up to 52 feet along 7th Street. There are several optional provisions that are related to the building frontage and the streetscape that the petitioner is requesting. You can see a buffer is provided along the rear adjoining the single-family residential and the side. There's urban open space. There's parking with residential units above. There's residential amenity and leasing offices in this location. And there's a connection to the adjacent property, which is the remaining portion of the shopping center. Show you what the elevations. This is the 7th Street elevation, and this would be the east elevation. Talk briefly about the Elizabeth area plan. The plan recommends a mix of residential office and retail uses on the site, and it states that it also supports a single-use residential development with densities greater than 22 dwelling units per acre. So in terms of this rezoning, it is consistent with the Elizabeth area plan recommendation. It's inconsistent with the recommended height, but it does keep with the 40-foot height restriction next to residential. The outstanding issues that we have are related to design. Urban forestry has several issues. The use of the alley for part of the buffer to the adjacent residential, and we have several other technical issues. Once those issues are resolved, staff is recommending approval of the petition.
Okay, questions for staff before we take the speakers? Councilmember Rodriguez.
I'm just interested in the area plan supports densities greater than 22. That's kind of unlimited. So where do we draw the line when you've got that sort of reference?
I think that what eventually draws the line is what can be developed on the site, because every site does have a maximum capacity, and what you feel is at capacity. In this case, they are at 63 dwelling units per acre.
Okay. Anyone else? If not, we'll start the speakers. I don't know who wants to go first. You've got so many on each side. I'm going to let you guys determine the order, so please tell us who you are, announce yourselves, and then we'll just take you till your time runs out.
And if this makes you feel better, Mr. Mayor, a lot of the folks we signed up to speak are here for questions, which would limit the number of speakers, and then we have...
They're here to answer questions.
To answer questions. I'm not sure. What did I say, ask?
Okay, got it.
Sorry. It's been a long one. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council and the Zoning Committee, I'm John Carmichael. I'm here on behalf of the petitioner, 7th Street Progression Partners. This is Mr. Eric Speckman. Eric will address you shortly. As Tammy said, it's a 1.5-acre site located on East 7th Street. It's zoned B1 currently. The request is to rezone the site to the MUD optional zoning district to allow the development of a building that could contain up to 91 multifamily dwelling units. The portion of the building located closest to Clement Avenue and next to a single-family home would have a maximum height of 3 stories. The remaining portion of the building would have a maximum height of 4 stories. The ground floor of the building would have units that face East 7th Street and access directly onto East 7th Street, which helps the streetscape and activates that street. It also would have approximately 2,100 square foot amenity center and the leasing office. The site would be served by a surface parking lot, and the majority of those spaces would be located under the second level of the building. The parking ratio would be 1 parking space per bedroom. An amenity area would be located on the second level of the building. and it'd be screened from the rear property line by the architectural screen wall. There'd be urban open space located in the northeast corner of the site. I was looking for that, but architectural elevations are a part of the plan, and they've been shared with the community. This is looking at the building basically from the Pecan Avenue side of the site. The intent all along of the architect and the development team is to design a building that's compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, both in scale and design, and we think we've accomplished that. The building is broken up into 3 segments, and the architect, Trip Beecham, wanted to break it up and to avoid a singular wall along East 7th Street. You can see this portion is predominantly brick, and then I'll show you the remaining portions of the building as viewed from 7th Street. Slide 2 is on the other end, basically looking at the site from the Clement Avenue end of the site. This is the 3-level component, once again predominantly brick. And then you can see the change in elevation for each segment or component of the building. The middle portion, the white area, would be either a hard coat stucco or a hardy panel. And the point of that was to break up the building again in terms of building materials so that the building wouldn't be monotonous. In designing this building, the development team really did put their best foot forward at the beginning. This wasn't a situation where they came in with what they thought they may be able to get away with and then added on in terms of quality. They did so through quality design and materials, and they pulled the building as far away as possible from the rear single-family homes located to the rear of the site on 8th Street. Representatives of the petitioner have had numerous meetings with residents who live in the Elizabeth community, and we appreciate the time and that these residents have shared with us. As a result of these meetings, the petitioner is committed to make additional revisions to the rezoning plan, which include providing rear and side building elevations, committing that all roof-mounted mechanical equipment will be screened from view from the second floors of the existing single-family homes that abut the site. The requirement is that it's screened from view at grade, committing to a minimum size for the stoops or patios at the front of the building, installing an outdoor amenity area in front of the residential amenity center and leasing office that could be enjoyed by the neighborhood, and it would contain landscaping, hardscape, seating elements, and a drinking fountain, using translucent windows on the 3rd and 4th floors of portions of the rear of the building to increase the privacy for the 8th Street neighbors, prohibiting balconies on portions of the rear elevation facing the 8th Street neighbors, once again to increase privacy, installing an 8-foot brick screen wall along the site's rear property line adjacent to the alley and along portions of the western property line, providing a conceptual landscaping plan for the perimeter landscaped areas, and removing the vehicular connection that Tammy showed you to the adjacent shopping center site. The reason that was shown in the first place was to improve circulation. We understand there's some opposition to that, so that's going away. Now, there are restrictive covenants that apply to this site. One of the restrictions says that the building has to be located 25 feet from the street, and the facade of our building generally meets this. However, there are steps, stoops, and patios planned along 7th Street that would encroach into the setback, as well as some features on the upper levels, such as balconies. Those steps, stoops, and porches or patios are going to increase the quality of the development. I don't think there's any question about that. The only way we can do that is to get waivers of the restrictions that have to be signed by 2 property owners. We're working to get those. If we can't get the waivers, then we won't do the steps, we won't do the stoops, and we can't do the patios, and we'll have a flat, basically a flat facade towards 7th Street. And the revised plan will reflect that, because once again, if we don't get the waivers, we can't encroach into the setback under the restrictive covenants. We note that the planning staff is supporting the petition, the approval of the petition, or recommending it. We appreciate that. We note that it's consistent with the area plan, and we appreciate your consideration.
Thanks, John. I'm Eric Speckman, part of the development team, along with Brian Barwick, Bill Neal, and Chris Warren. Bill, Chris, and I are native Charlotteans, and all of us have ties to the Elizabeth neighborhood, which makes this project very exciting for us to be a part of. Chris lives in the Elizabeth neighborhood. Brian is the developer of the Palmer Fire School, which was a successful redevelopment also on 7th Street. As a group, we currently have about 1,200 multifamily units under development. 3 of those projects are here in Charlotte, and we hope to continue to do more high-quality projects here in Charlotte. We've been working on this project for a little over a year and a half now, and it's really been a very positive experience. We've met a lot of great people and gotten a lot of great feedback. A lot of folks have really spent a lot of time with us, their own time, and that's meant quite a bit to us. So when, okay. Let's bring up John. We're very grateful, though, for all the time folks have spent with us, and we feel like we have a fantastic project that will indeed positively impact the 7th Street corridor and the Elizabeth neighborhood. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to some of the folks that we've worked with in the neighborhood.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Eric Davis, and I'm the current president of the Elizabeth Community Association. As you may have saw on the map, the property that's under consideration here is absolutely central to our neighborhood. And any development on the site is going to generate impacts to our neighborhood as well as the adjacent neighbors. And those impacts need to be recognized and addressed. Still, in consideration of the totality of this development, the Elizabeth Community Association Board is supportive of this petition, subject to resolution of some items in the rezoning notes. And some of the key reasons that we had to actually support this petition is the potential to really activate a key portion of our the East 7th Street corridor, as well as the willingness of the developers to work collaboratively with the neighborhood to come up with creative options as they look through how this impacts our neighborhood. So I want to thank you for your consideration as you evaluate this petition. Then.
Good evening. I'm Andy Masavig with the Historical Elizabeth Neighborhood Foundation Board. I'm the president of the Board Association. We're a local board that is working to preserve the historical integrity and fabric of the neighborhood, both with existing structures and future and new development. We're very passionate about this project and the potential that it can bring to the neighborhood, and also one of the biggest concerns that we have as a board is how this project fits in with the small area plan that we worked with local stakeholders, the Elizabeth Community Association, as well as staff over a long period of time to develop. And there were only 2 items that the project was deficient from the plan in, and those were, I believe, noted. The first one, which was the height situation, where the small area plan calls for a 40-foot height maximum, and this project does stretch up to 52 feet in height in some areas of it. However, we feel like the developer's done a really good job as far as working with the additional grade and slope of the property, as well as keeping the height small or lower when it is closer to existing residential, as well as keeping the higher portions of the property in the new buildings close up to 7th Street. So we feel like they've done a good job of trying to preserve that. The only other additional item was, the hope in the small area plan that if this property became redeveloped, that it would have a mixing of uses. However, we've come to understand that there's some historical deed restrictions here that prohibit some commercial uses for a large majority of the property. And so we understand that the challenges that the developer has faced. So having said all that, we're in support of the project based on the work that they've done. Thank you.
And Ms. Sizemore does not get to speak. When has that ever happened? Do we have any questions for the petitioner before we take those against the petition?
I've got one.
Mayor.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Smith, yes.
I've got 2 questions, one from Mr. Carmichael. The deed restrictions, I believe, is it next to the corner, is it next to the house at the corner on Clement where it prohibits commercial?
Yeah, yes, 4 of the lots, I believe, have a restriction that prohibit non-residential uses. I think the restriction actually says use of the lots shall be limited to residence lots. So you can't, if you wanted to do commercial, you would violate the restrictions. The lot that's part of the existing retail center does not have that restriction, Councilman Smith, but the others do.
And if I may ask from the neighborhood, I just have one question for whoever wants to come down on your behalf. This property's been under contract several times, and it's been, moved down the line. I'm just curious as to what separates this. The uses have all seemed similar, and I know you lightly touched on it, but you got to speak at the mic.
Melanie gets to
You get a
talk.
chance,
You hadn't
Melanie.
asked the
Melanie gets to
question.
talk.
If you hadn't asked the question.
Well, I'm very curious. I know this property very, very well, so I'm just...
Yeah. It has come before the board on a number of occasions with a number of developers. The last one was essentially 140 units with 5,000 square feet of retail space. This is knocked off, this recent developer, or the current proposal, knocks off roughly 50% of the original 140 number down to 95, and eliminates the retail, which have also would increase the parking requirement. So this seems to fit the right site.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Autry and then Councilmember Kinsey.
Yes, for the petitioner.
Okay, go ahead.
Why is this request for rezoning using mud instead of multifamily if there's no commercial opportunities in the development?
Well, you could do, under the existing zoning, Councilman Autry, you could do multifamily, you could do up to 33 units, but the price of the property wouldn't support a development of 33 units. So you're right, you wouldn't have to rezone it to get multifamily on the site, but to do the project, an urban project with higher density requires a rezoning to an urban zoning district.
Okay, thanks.
Is that, that's the
question. That was, we approved mud all over the place, but it has residential and commercial. I just thought this was kind of unique that we were seeking a mud district without any commercial components.
Right.
Any other questions for the petitioners? Mr. Carmichael, I've got one. You indicated that you were offering several conditions that on the elevations with respect to the rear elevations and the side elevations. You're willing to be bound by those elevations?
Yes, sir,
Did I
Mr.
understand you
Mayor.
right? When are those going to be available for folks to see?
We've talked about this with the neighbors, and then we've revised the notes, and I shared them with Ms. Sizemore. We're going to get together with the folks from Land Design, Richard and Adam Martin, and do that this week, because in order to stay on the current schedule, we need to have that turned in by Friday. Our goal is to get it done earlier so that we can share the plan with the neighbors. But what we would do would be consistent with what we told them we would do at our last meeting. I assure you of that.
So your schedule is to have the revised elevations by the end of the week?
Oh, definitely. And if not, we would have to defer it for a month.
Okay.
The decision.
Anything else? If not, we'll hear from those against the petition. All right. You've got, the group has 10 minutes, and I'm not sure who's going to lead this presentation. I have a hunch Ken Davies is going to be part of it, but I don't know who's going to lead off.
One of your former members will lead this.
Indeed. I should acknowledge former council member Pam Patterson is here with us this evening. Glad to have you here.
Before our 10 minutes start, could I have a point of personal privilege?
I'll allow you that. Yes,
Thank
indeed.
you. Honorable Mayor Claude Felter and Mr. Barnes and all of you who sit here, I'm very proud of the work that you all do, and having been there, I know the time and effort that goes into it. And heartfelt thanks to all of you. And from the questions and the discussion that I've heard tonight, I feel like the city is still in good hands.
Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you, Pam. Thanks for your service. Thank you for your service.
I am Pam Patterson. I live at 1916 East 8th Street, directly behind this development. I've always known that it would be developed at some point, and you're correct, Mr. Smith, that yes, we've seen many projects, but I have to say this is probably one of the best. I applaud 7th Street. Property Progression Partners for the work that they have put in with the neighborhood. However, there are still several issues that we're concerned about, and that's why I decided I should sign the protest petition. In order of importance is the number of units and the traffic impact and the concern about parking. And our concern is similar to what was raised with the Marsh Road properties. We already experience a lot of problems around on Clement Avenue with parking overflow from the businesses and restaurants across the street from this property. The developer has said that they want to try to eliminate, if possible, or minimize the left turns out of this property. We're concerned about that. That's very close, it's very close to the stoplight, and inevitably some people are going to want to go left and then make a quick right, another quick left into the, we call the Dollar General lot to get around the stoplight. DOT did not have any concerns, but I'm slightly surprised because this is very close to that intersection. And then the amount of parking available, because even in a one-bedroom unit, probably there's going to be 2 people. And so just 1 parking space per bedroom isn't going to be enough. Where do those people go? Second is the continuation of the corbelling, or the whatever the decoration is around the front top of the building. It's on the top, and then the fenestration being continued to the back. Only tonight did I see the written notes, and that is included in the back elevation, but I'm still going to reiterate it. Third is, and has been, a concern about the 4-story elevation in the back. That was the first proposal. There was a second proposal to put 3 stories and then build it up to 4, but that would bring the project much closer to those of us who back up to it. And so we lean toward having it at 4 stories. And then finally, the treatment and continued maintenance of any planting that would go in the alleyway behind the development. Those are the concerns. I do want to add that I would encourage the waiver into the 20-foot setback on 7th Street. That is consistent with condos that face the park on the corner of Clement Avenue and Park Avenue across from Independence Park. And doing away with that would make the front of the building facing 7th Street much more bland. And finally, one question that I had of the developers is, had they considered using a green roof? Well, it's my understanding that if they did, that's not part of planning, zoning, or maybe utility, except it's not appropriate to help handle the water. Well, that, to me, we ought to be looking at that, because this is a flat roof, and certainly a big part of it could be a green roof, and that would help handle the runoff issue, which is a big, and cleaner water. Thank you.
I'll be brief. My sister and I own the building adjacent to this, and when they were saying they have one parking space per bedroom, my concern is that if somebody has a party, has guests, they do not have a place to park. My parking lot is adjacent to this. They will just fill up my tenant's parking lot, which is Bizart, Substation, or Sandwich Max, Kim's Cleaners, and then walk into that. So that is my concern with only having one parking space per bed. Thank you.
Really quickly, I live in a complex very similar to this, or right beside a complex very similar in density to this, and they don't have enough parking spots similar to this. They have one per unit, so they all park on the street, and they clog the streets, and they make it dangerous for the school children that have to wait at the bus stop and walk up to the bus stop. So I believe it's a safety issue and a parking issue.
I'm Lexi Longstreet. I own the building across the street from this at 1920 7th Street, where we have Savvy & Company Real Estate. I own that business. We hire quite a number of people. We do already have a parking issue, and the parking in that area is horrible. They're only allowing 108 parking spots for 95 apartments. Most of these apartments are one-bedroom apartments. The density is just way too high. To have 68 units per acre is crazy, and it's only limited by this mud zoning, which pushes the setbacks right up to the line, and they're filling up this lot with as much as they can possibly fill it. The traffic is already horrible. Hawthorne and 7th is the 5th worst intersection in the city. In 2013, it was 7th in 2012. We need to get a hold of this. The traffic is going to be terrible to add this many people into 7th Street. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council and the zoning committee. I'm Joe Copley. I live at 400 Clement Avenue. If you look at the map, you see this little appendage there hanging off the neighborhood. Well, that is me. I'm the lone holdout single-family resident on this street. I'm the only one left in the area. Finger in the dike, whatever you want to call it, pick your metaphor. To add to what you've heard already, which includes parking and the traffic traffic level, I'd also add trees. There are a lot of big trees, at least 10 or a dozen, I think by my count, over 40 feet tall. Those are, my understanding, all going to go. And as far as I know, nobody in the development has given much thought to what they're going to do about that. Instead, what we're going to see are more crepe myrtles. And trust me, what Charlotte does not need is more crepe myrtles. I also am concerned about the water runoff. We're getting rid of about an acre or more of permeable soil. It's now going to be rushed and sent down to the street. Well, in front of my street, I have 2 storm drains. They are continuously filled with silt. So whenever there's a serious rain problem, I have a problem, and I have every expectation that this is going to make it worse, not better. Finally, is the noise. They did mention the dozens and dozens of fans or air conditioning units that are going to be on the roof of this building. A stone's throw from me. I'm glad I won't be able to see them, but I'm very, very concerned that I'm going to be able to hear them. Now, I can't do much about the people, and really I'm okay with people making noise in my neighborhood. I can't do anything about the traffic, but the mechanical noise really ought to be something that we can do something about. And having more of it and more of it and more of it is just going to make my quality of life a lot worse, and also other people around me. So that is my issue. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Ken Davies, and I'll be as brief. I only have 40 seconds. I would like to submit a written summary of my opposition to this, but I do want to say that we've enjoyed working with the developer. We think it's actually a very good project, but I live on A Street directly behind the property, and I'm appearing tonight as a neighbor, not as an attorney representing some folks. So this is different for me, but my opposition, the reason I have to rise in opposition is because rather than a 40-foot structure behind my home, this proposal calls for a 52-foot structure well in excess of the small area plan. By only losing 4 units, the developers could drop the back side of that property to approximately 40 feet. And so I would ask that you not vote for this unless the backside is dropped to somewhere near that recommended by the small area plan. Thank you very much.
All right, let's see if we've got questions for those who spoke in opposition to the petition. Council members? Okay. Joe, am I correct then that you are not here to speak about petition 2014-86? No, that's correct. Okay, good, because that's what I had you down for. All right, anybody have anything? If not, the petitioner has a 2-minute response. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to address some of the comments, in terms of the parking, if you look at the code, the zoning ordinance in a multifamily neighborhood, a multifamily zoning district, if you did a by right apartment unit, it would require 1.5 parking spaces per unit. We're providing 1 per bedroom. The zoning ordinance doesn't define, when it talks about a unit, the number of bedrooms in the unit. So you could theoretically have 3 bedrooms and have to provide, in some apartment units, and have to provide 1.5 parking spaces for that unit. Now, we're providing, actually, the density is going to be reduced from 95 to 91. So there will be additional parking spaces that are available over the 1 per bedroom. But in any event, this parking ratio does work in urban settings. The developer does not want to build a project that he can't lease because he can't park. And he's going to have on-site management that's going to make sure that the parking spaces on his site are available and used by his tenants and not by patrons of businesses nearby. So he's going to protect his parking, and he's going to make sure, to the best of his ability, that parking needs are met. In terms of the landscaping in the alley, we do commit. What we've done is we've committed to install landscaping in that 25-foot alley. It's an alley that the neighbors wanted us to put landscaping in there, and we're doing it. We're committing to landscape that. In terms of the traffic, CDOT had no concerns. The site would generate 650 trips per day. They didn't require a TIA. They haven't required any transportation improvements. We would have a two-way access driveway from East 7th Street. In terms of the height, as I mentioned before, and they did put their best foot forward in designing the building. They've moved it as far away as they possibly can from 8th Street, not the 8th Street residents, not trying to extend it closer. And in consideration of that, it does require a little more height. Thank you.
Mr. Carmichael, is the reduction from 95 to 91, is that the 4-unit reduction that Mr. Davies was talking about?
It is not, Mr. Mayor.
So that's not the same thing as the 4-unit reduction he was needing?
It is not.
Okay. Just wanted to be sure I got my 4 units placed right. Okay. Questions? Councilmember Smith?
Tammy, does the trip generation at 2,300 units for the current zoning take into account the deed restrictions?
It does not, but I'm going to ask Mike Davis to come up and discuss that further.
So we discussed this a little bit today. I've learned Friday about deed restrictions possibly having an impact on our predicted trip generation under the existing zoning. And given some more information, we could produce that estimate. But we'd also sort of recognize and having this conversation that the deed restrictions have nothing to do with either the zoning or what council has any influence over. And so we could produce that as potentially a third estimate. But in the absence of those deed restrictions, we do think that's the right trip generation potential.
Would it not have, impact on the by right use?
It would. So the way we, as I understand, again, I haven't actually seen a deed restriction on this. But so the way we would approach this now is basically based on what floor area ratios can support on the site. And so we develop a scenario around that. Now, if you were to now consider deed restrictions, it's possible that would influence that number. We've not evaluated that, but again, I would point out that it's possible you would retain the zoning as it is, the deed restrictions could go away, and that would then still be your same answer.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Anything else? If not, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Councilmember Kinsey, so moved, seconded by Councilmember Fallon. Debate, if not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that concludes that item and takes us to petition Hold a second, let me make sure I got the right one before I call it out here.
He's left. Don't leave us. Wow. Something we said?
Ms. Keplinger, I have that petition 2014-85 was deferred, correct?
Correct.
I do have a speaker down on that. I hope he didn't come in late. Mr. Rick Cohen, are you here, unfortunately? Good, you got the message in time too then. So that takes us then to petition 2014-086 by the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Planning Department for a change in zoning for approximately 1.83 acres located on the east side of North Tryon Street between McCullough Drive and Ken Hoffman Drive from institutional and industrial to conditional to transit-oriented development mixed use. I have no speakers signed up on this item, Madam Clerk. Correct? Correct. Nope. That is correct, because Mr. Copley was not here on that item. Okay. Ms. Keplinger.
This is a city-sponsored rezoning to take the property that is in question from institutional and I2CD, which is general industrial conditional to TODM, Todd, mixed use. Map's a little hard to read. This is East W.T. Harris. This is North Tryon Street. This is our site. It is located between the Showmars and the DMV, if you're familiar with that area. In terms of the area, you can see that there is a commercial property with the associated parking on the site. The University City Area Plan recommends transit-oriented development site, as does the draft University Area Plan. Those reasons, staff is recommending approval of this petition. It is conventional and there are no outstanding issues.
Question for staff. Councilmember Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This question is primarily for Mr. Kimball, Deputy Manager. If you could find out what the state is planning to do with that Highway Patrol facility, the DMV office. They've been dismantling parts of it. I think the trailer's gone and there's some changes happening there, so it'd be great to know what they're planning. Thank you, sir.
Very good. Anything further? If not, take a motion to close the public hearing.
For the close.
From Councilmember Barnes, seconded by Councilmember Mayfield. Discussion. If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that takes us to petition 2014-094 by Eastway 2 Holdings, LLC, for a change in zoning for approximately 3.05 acres located on the west side of Eastway Drive, at the intersection of Eastway Drive and Biscayne Drive, to change from B1 Shopping Center District to and BD Distributed Business Conditional to BD Distributed Business Conditional and BD Site Plan Amendment. I have one speaker on this, Mr. Kevin Ammons. Mr. Ammons, you're here. No one signed up to oppose you, so you get 3 minutes after Ms. Keplinger makes a presentation.
I'll be very brief. This is the former Walmart site on Eastway at Central Avenue. In 2013, we had a rezoning to BDCD for a portion of the site for a climate-controlled self-storage facility. When they started to develop the facility, they realized that they needed about 2,800 square feet more. So this petition is to come back in and rezone approximately 2,800 square feet additional space inside the existing building to BDCD. It is inconsistent with the area plan that recommends commercial development for this property, but it also, but in terms of, not going to go through all the site plans for you. It allows for adaptive reuse of a partially vacant big box building and will help maintain the activity within the center, so staff is supportive of the petition.
No additional building space. This is all inside?
It's all inside.
Okay. Question from Ms. Keplinger? Yes, sir. Councilmember Howard.
You can have a building that has 2 different zones in it?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that something we commonly see? I don't think I've ever heard of it.
It does happen, yes.
So what happens to the front part of the building?
Well, it's still.
I mean, do you actually go in and try to figure out if they're doing the right use? Is the zoning administrator trying to figure out if this half of the building is being used right and that half's not being used right? Okay. Public hearing.
When the zoning maps were very first drawn, first time comprehensive city zoning was done, the tools were a little less sophisticated, and straight lines were literally drawn down along boundaries of streets, and they did indeed cut through buildings very frequently, and it took decades to get all of that stuff cleaned up.
Still working on it.
You're still working on it. Mm-hmm. Okay, Mr. Hammond, you have 3 minutes if you need to use them.
Mr. Mayor, Council. We really just wanted to say, if there's no questions, we want to thank Councilmember Kinsey for moving the public hearing forward, and thank staff for working with us. We are actually very excited about the project. We took a big box retailer and able to put a U.S. Foods, some local retail, and a controlled storage in it. So we're pretty proud of that. We think it's a good model. And but if there's no other questions, we have nothing else to add.
Any questions? Councilmember Kinsey.
It's just a plug. If you haven't been to the
Amen.
chef store, go.
Yeah.
I frequent it often.
Okay. If not, anything further, then we'll take a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
Councilmember Kinsey so moves.
Second.
Councilmember Driggs seconds. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That concludes the hearing, and we move to petition 2014-087 by the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Planning Department for a text amendment to the City of Charlotte zoning ordinance to update the regulations for the Board of Adjustment to clarify and modernize the language in accordance with new state legislation. What have you got for us?
Well, I'm going to turn this over to Laura Harmon, our Assistant Director, for the presentation.
Okay.
Good evening. As the mayor said, this is a text amendment that is responding to state legislation that occurred actually last year. In June of 2013, we did at that time immediately change our practices to be compliant with the state legislation, and we are now getting around to fixing our technical language in the ordinance. I'm going to just take you through some quick highlights of what's in the legislation and be glad to answer any questions. This is related to the Zoning Board of Adjustment, and they address appeals of interpretations from the zoning administrator, and then even more frequently, variance requests. So in a quasi-judicial setting, they did at the state level modify those zoning voting requirements, or the the variance voting requirements to from a majority of a 5-member board to a 4/5 vote of the board. So previously you needed 3 members to vote in favor of a variance. That change made that 4. They also updated the purpose and intent statement for granting the variance, a lot of technical language and new language with respect to mailing of notification, posting of signage, making that clearer as to what was required and making it more consistent for all of these items across the state so that all jurisdictions are doing these things in the same manner. Original language was a bit more vague. We have a lot more clear direction now. Also updated the findings of fact and conditions for granting variances, the conditions under which we or the Zoning Board of Adjustment should and shouldn't be doing that, regulations with respect to board decisions and evidence, making sure that all of that was well documented. That was also a bit vague in the past. Even telling us how to provide notice for decisions and the follow-up that's needed after a decision is made, so that we were doing that in a timely manner, and all jurisdictions were doing that in a timely manner, and getting the that notice out to the interested parties as well as the applicants, and then setting clearer standards for how someone could appeal if they disagreed with a decision of the Zoning Board of Adjustment. Staff is recommending approval of the petition based on its consistency with North Carolina general statutes.
Questions from Ms. Harmon?
Motion to deny.
Motion to You know, we're so close to the end. Let's not lose it here right at the very end of the evening. Is that a motion from Councilmember Howard to close the public hearing?
It is a motion to close.
Okay, and I'll take a second from Councilmember Mayfield. Any debate? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that moves us to the final petition of the evening, which is petition number 2014-088 by the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Planning Department for a text amendment to the City of Charlotte zoning ordinance to clarify and revise the setback measurement requirements for single-family and multifamily zoning districts. Ms. Harmon.
And I'm actually now going to hand this off to Shannon Fry, who is our subdivision administrator, to walk you all through this text amendment.
She had to sit here all evening and wait.
Wasn't that nice of my coworkers?
And she stayed awake.
Yes, my counterpart Josh, who helped do this. Good evening, council. As you all may recall, when we did the USDG back in 2010, we said we would come back if we found anything that didn't work well or that we had unintended consequences. So what I'm going to discuss tonight is what we have found resultant from changing. Next slide, sorry, y'all. We're going to revise the location where the setbacks are measured. I'm going to overview where we've added some footnotes to the zoning ordinance to clarify some cross-references to other sections in the zoning ordinance that would be applicable. And we also had to go back into where we've got reduced setbacks allowed if you have a swim buffer on a site. We've had to modify those dimensions. As I was stating, prior to 2010, the requirement was that the setback would be measured for residential at the right-of-way. When we came through with the new cross-sections and streets, we tried to establish the setback from the back of curb, which was consistent with what we're doing in the urban districts. We have found from the feedback from the surveying community, as well as some of the folks at Building Standards, that's difficult to do. There are streets, existing streets without curb, the variation in the rights-of-way, it's just been a difficult implementation. So as you'll see on that last bullet, we will be reverting the setback measurement to the back of right-of-way, which was consistent with that previous practice.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to point out that was a very nice neighborhood in that picture. It's really good.
You don't know anything about that neighborhood.
It's really nice.
This slide's animated, so you're seeing that the past practice, we had a 20-foot and a 30-foot for those residential districts that was measured from the right-of-way. The current standard showed where that setback was moving because the sidewalk and the planting strips got wider to be located. What's happened to my slide, y'all?
It's tired.
The speaker is too, not keeping up. Okay, so again, sorry, y'all. I'm just going to get it all up there because it's easier to explain. The top slide is basically showing where we are currently at the back of curb. You see that arrow doing 32 and 42 respectively. This proposed modification at the bottom shows it going back to right-of-way, and we have respectively changed those dimensions to 17 and 27. So in closing, I will say that staff is recommending approval of this petition. You were presented at dinner with a letter of support. We've spoken to the surveyors community. We presented this to them. They have responded in favor, and we're asking that you all would support our recommendation.
Can you use a wedge as a flotation device in the swim buffer?
Mr. Howard is going to help you with the wedge. I heard you say that.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Mayfield, your question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How is this going to impact current developments that are coming out the ground right now?
Those developments were approved with a previous setback, so we've been able to establish that on those plans and delineate it for new development. We have it shown on those plans, so there will be no delay in permitting. This is only going to be applicable for something that would be coming in after the effective date of the change. And in the interim of how we've applied it on existing lots, we've been able to calculate it. It's just the complexity of the user spending time figuring it out with staff. There'll be no impact if something's been previously approved and the setback was recorded.
But if someone's looking at a previously approved plan, they're going to need to know that the setbacks on that plan are not what the current ordinance is,
And
right?
what we've done is added a footnote to the text that said if you had a setback recorded on a plat, that is what is applicable.
Sure, but I'm sort of thinking about now I'm an adjoining property owner, and I want to know what's going to happen to the property next to me, and I pull out the zoning plan, and I may be applying the wrong setbacks. How do I get notice of that change has occurred?
Well, what you would be doing if you were changing your property or coming in for a permit, then building standards would point to the new standard and advise you.
But I'm going to know the new standard, and then I look at the plan, and I'm not going to know that the old standard applies.
If you had that setback recorded on the plat, that's what we're going to refer to.
Okay.
In the absence of the setback, we would apply the new standard.
So if it's platted, of course, I got reference to the plat.
Correct.
All right. Anybody got anything else?
have a question.
Yes, sir, Councilman.
You had indicated that you'd gotten considerable feedback from the survey community. Did they write letters in support of it, or they were part of a stakeholders group, or how did that work?
Staff has initiated this text amendment in response to feedback from the external customers, which was surveyors as well as building standards. Those guys issuing the permits told us, staff, the difficulty they were having applying the standard as well. But no, there was no formal stakeholder. And this is really, as I said at the beginning, a follow-up when we adopted standards for urban street design guidelines. Mike Davis and myself said that we would come back if we needed to make modifications or adjustments with the implementation, and this is one of those.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Motion to close.
Motion to close from Councilmember Howard, seconded by Councilmember Mayfield. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You guys did some really good work, a lot of attention, a lot of careful thought, and we got through this pretty well. I really thank you for that. I think you did a really good piece of work tonight. So it's late, and with that, unless there's something else, Councilmember Howard.
Good job on helping us with the new rules tonight. That was a lot of reading. So.
Yeah, we're going to delegate as much of that as we can.
Just remember to breathe.
Just remember to breathe.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Mr.
We're
Kimball.
making some progress on the water issue.
Do you want to, well, we're still on
But
camera.
we don't know exactly, but we think we're making some good.
We are making some progress on the water issue, but still we need people to conserve as much as we can till you get the problem
Until
resolved,
we
right?
isolate it and get it fixed.
That's got it. I'll take a motion to adjourn, but it looks like most of you are leaving already.
Including with our feet.
All in favor, stand and leave. Thank you.